Okay. Good morning, everybody. Tsuut'ina, which is the traditional greeting here on Tsuut'ina Nation, which is actually a question, meaning, how is everybody this morning? And so I'm going to ask again, Tsuut'ina, how is everyone doing? Kucha. Sincerely from the bottom of my heart and respectfully, thank you all so much for being here. This has been a long time coming, and it brings me great honor to see everybody. When we as First Nations, when we as Indigenous people can gather and share our practices, I believe that it truly empowers us. It empowers the next generations, it empowers our elders, and it empowers us collectively to show up as actors in governance and actors in value-added practices so that we can offer the best guidance for the generations to come, offer the best system for those generations that are here today, and share knowledge and share our practices with those not from our communities, but those looking to build bridges in our communities. And so with that, I want to say thank you all to what I hope is one of many gatherings on First Nations police governance, which aims to empower us as First Nations people and as governance actors. To start us off in a way that is protocol, in a way that respects our ways of being, I wanted to bring up my Uncle Mike McGinnis to offer us in an opening prayer, and then we will have our Tsuut'ina drummers come and offer us a powerful opening and get us started in a good way. And so, see us, guys. Uncle Mike.
Thank you, Ted. Yeah, I'm proud to be here. I'm glad to be here. I'm pretty impressed whoever picked all these buffalo guys. I want to take them home. But I got this smudge here, a fungus, that's what I like to use in a situation like this. And when I'm going to sing a couple verses, my dad always sings to my mom. And I don't think it's appropriate to sing a holy song here. But this is a song that he made for her. And I always like to sing it when I'm traveling. That's my traveling song. The old people say, when you see your home, when you're coming home, your homeland, you're supposed to sing a song. That's what the old people say. And or when you're going home, you're supposed to call yourself. We got four guardian angels, according to my grandparents. And she said, well, they said that it's just like we got 4 directions, we got 4 seasons. So we all got 4 guardian angels, and each and one of them got gifts. So all of us got 4 gifts. We're talented with 4 gifts, maybe singing, dancing, bullshitting. Just kidding. You know, but my grandmother said, try and find your kid, what kind of gifts they got, and you got to try and nourish them. And stuff like that, my grandmother told me, and my dad said that those 4 guardian angels, one of them is really mischief, and one of them is really good like a cop, so according to my grandmother's words. The one she said, one could be a criminal, that was her word. And my dad was watching kids play. Boy, there's one kid that just won't even listen to the adults, making kids cry. So, oh, he's probably got that bad guardian angel. That's what he said, leading him. So with that, I just wanted to let you know about some of our traditions. I was brought up with Dene traditions. This is what I was taught. So maybe you can bring it home with you. You can tell people what you learned from a Dene in denial elder. Hey. But with that, well, I sing a couple songs. You guys pray too. All of you pray for somebody that's really sick, somebody that's in pain, somebody's in mourning, not a good morning. I don't like saying good morning. This reminds me of somebody in mourning. But say your prayer your own way, Hail Mary, how you were brought up, when I start singing. Yeah. Hayawata, siasgas. The Magano, hi, geek on me or some sin. Oh, jeez, scare myself. Thank you, Creator, heaven and earth, for everything that you have given us here today. Please bless each and every one here sitting. Let them have a safe trip home, wherever they come from. Bless their home fires and bless everybody they love dearly to their heart with the pure love and light of Creator. Creator, you're the only one that can make miracles and understand all the languages here on earth. Please hear us, our prayers here for the future of the police association, the police around the world, especially the Native Police Association. Please protect them when they go out on the roads, all the police. Please, Creator, heaven and earth, please watch us here today and let us have a good meeting for the future, all the generations to come. Hi, thank you. Gee, it's okay. I knocked this over with my hand.
It's okay.
Sorry, Ted.
It's okay. Plenty. We are now going to be honored with some songs from our Tsuut'ina singers. Thank you for being here. Hi, hi. Thank you to our Tsuut'ina drummers. We all may be seated. Hello, hello. So as I was saying earlier, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all so much for taking the time to come to Tsuut'ina Nation. And for those of you who had tumultuous journeys here, truly, thank you. I recognize this current world with a polar vortex and planes seemingly falling out of the sky. It was challenging for many people to be able to be present here today. And for that, I want to give my gratitude. One thing I never, ever want to do, because it's always been taught to me from my elders, that the most precious gift you can give anyone is your time. And so I want to thank you for gifting me with your time. It is a gift that is not only something we will never get back in return, but one that truly comes from one's spirit and one's heart. And so for that, I'm really looking forward to having 2 days together and having our time together spent building not only understanding, but networks in many of our languages. And unfortunately, because I don't speak my language proficiently, I'm not able to say it, but I know there is one where it translates to making relations. And as I always say everywhere I go, and as my elders have always taught me, it's so important to do that and so important to nurture those relations, because those connections are truly make the impact in our communities that are resounding in a way that builds resilience and builds our characters. And so, for the next 2 days, we are going to be hearing from some wonderful people, all of whom's bios are in your event package. These are all people that I have had the privilege and honor to meet in my travels working in policing. My name is Teddy Manywoons, and I am the current chair of the First Nations Police Governance Council, a position that was previously held by my esteemed colleague and an honorable Dan Bellegarde, who's here with us today, who we are going to shortly be hearing from in a panel. The work of police governance and the work building police governance is not something new, and it does require us all to stay connected and all to stay aware of what it is occurring in our nations, what it is that is occurring in government, and how we can bridge the two and continue building those relationships of understanding while assisting one another. I think a really, really beautiful thing that I've been taught growing up here on Tsuut'ina Nation and as a First Nations person is the power in the collective. And as a collective, as people who work in police and governance components, I think it's really important that we build with one another and share with one another. And because of that, I take that into high regard and high account. So none of you will have to take notes if that was your intention today. We are recording these sessions, and they will be all available on the newly developed website for the FNPG, FNPGC.org. Any of the reporting, any of the templates, anything that is required on a national basis in your community as it pertains to First Nations police governance components. My duty that I'm taking seriously in my 3 years as chair is to build those frameworks, is to build those systems, is to build the networks, and to hand that on to the next generation in template form or in framework, so that if anyone asks in the future, well, how did you do that? We can show them with kindness, and we can build up the next generation so that those answers are not only clear, they're built so that there's a forest that we can flourish in, and we can continue to learn from one another. It is it's a tricky situation to work with governments as a First Nations persons, and many of you in the room, I'm sure, have been doing these for years and decades, and I come from a very long line of wonderful, wonderful, esteemed people, including the former Lieutenant Governor of Alberta, who has been implementing and utilizing the work of elders and the practices of our ancestors since I've been walking on this plane. And so with that, a few housekeeping rules. I'd ask everyone to please silence your cell phone. It goes without saying. We will have robust minimum time of 15 minutes for a question and answer. There is no wrong questions, and so please, I encourage everybody to build that understanding and that amplification. As well, bathrooms are located out to your I'm dyslexic, left. So walking to your left and then taking another left. There is also bathrooms by the Little Chief restaurant if anyone needed those. As well, there is coffee, tea, and water on your tables. And if anyone needed anything, please don't hesitate to ask any of our conference organizers. Once again, this is going to be recorded, and it will be available on the FNPGC website after we are done with our 2 days. I next wanted to introduce you to Myself, Teddy Manywoons, these are your moderators for the next 2 days. My fellow moderators are Michaela Hayes, who sits with me as on the First Nations committee under the FNPGC in partnership with the Canadian Association of Police Governance, as well as Nicole Robertson, who has had an esteemed career moderating and working in communications and media for over 2 decades, and possibly even more. I'm not trying to age you at all, my dear. We had a talk about that earlier where she said, no, keep it at 2 decades. They can't know if it's 3. All that to say, I very much look forward to these 2 days together. And again, if anyone had any questions, if anyone had any advice, I am here, I am open, and I'm willing and ready to learn. And so we are going to do, as I always say, as Creator intends, we may have an agenda, but as First Nations people, we'll see what the spirits do. We'll see what the spirits provide. Oftentimes when I host these, especially with elders in the room, an agenda is more of a suggestion. And so we're going to play that by ear. There will be lunch served at 12. That's not a suggestion, just in case anyone's worried about that. It was actually originally when we set pen to paper with this gathering, and this gathering was something we originally talked about, at least my first time speaking about it was with, again, 2 of my esteemed colleagues in the room, Rebecca Barley and Daniel Bellegarde. When we were in Halifax for the Canadian Association of Policing Governance, it was discussed, and I think it was also made aware from our colleagues in that space that we as First Nations truly are deserving of our space to have our conversations with one another, while also opening the doors to non-Indigenous communities so that they may provide understanding. But we do need a space. It's oftentimes when we go to gatherings that our intentions, our spaces are a point on an agenda, or maybe a footnote, or maybe an annex gathering that isn't necessarily part of the whole conference. And so, thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Rebecca. It really galvanized me in this position to come together to say, you know what, you're right. You're correct. We should build something and provide something ourselves, while also offering our new relations an opportunity to come and gather and learn in a respectful and in a manner that offers gratitude. And so welcome again to the inaugural gathering for our FNPGC. And so with that, I wanted to invite up our first panel, which I will be moderating today. Our panel is entitled Building Capacity in First Nations Commissions. Now, capacity has been a theme that I've heard in policing, and especially policing commissions all across Canada. And hopefully today, after our panel, we will have some clarity as to what we intend to say when we talk about capacity as well. I hope that this fosters some questions that you may have from your communities, and or questions you may have to our panelists, as oftentimes we don't get the chance to gather like this. And creators still stack the cards up against the intention of gathering with weather and with planes, but as I always say, and as I've always put the trust in Creator, Creator will carry what is meant to be carried. And so I want to say again, thank you all for being here in person. May I welcome up our panelist, Daniel J. Bellegarde. You're round of applause, let's, yeah. From the Spy Hills First Nation, Sherry A. Thomas. Thank you, Sherry. And my friend, Billy Wadsworth. Thank you. I think you all have, do you guys have microphones? Did you have a microphone on yours? Oh, yeah, it's right beside you. Just right there. That way, of course. So thank you all so much for coming today. Sorry this is in the way. I didn't realize that until now. Sorry guys, sorry. But you can see some of the panelists, right? Okay, sorry, I didn't realize there'd be a tree stump in the way. Before we get started with our questions, I wanted to offer a space for a man who's been doing this work long before I came and even stepped foot into this work. And when I first met my colleague, my elder, Daniel Bellegarde, I was very new to the policing governance. I was very new to what that all comprised of, what that all means. And this my friend Daniel here has been very welcoming, very objective, while offering me a lot of guidance as to what he's learned and guidance as to where he has seen we can go. And so first, I wanted to offer some space for Daniel Bellegarde to give us some opening remarks before the panel. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Teddy, and greetings to everyone here. Let me just check the room a bit. How many of you are on boards right now in your communities? How many of you are on police governance boards? Can you raise your hand? We've got a few, eh? Yeah. And the rest are all aspiring to be on boards? Maybe? What I want to do as an opening comment here is to give you a quick overview of capacity needed, I think, as board members in order to fulfill your function. And I'm going to do that through a quick look at a PowerPoint presentation here. If I can find it on this. Going to ask our venerable IT specialist to come and find it for me. There we go. Oh. There we go. This is like the start of our board meetings over in File Hills. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge my fellow board members from the File Hills First Nation Board of Police Commissioners. Got Kelsey Starblanket from the Starblanket Cree Nation, and Blaine Penny from the Peepeeksies Cree Nation in File Hills Territory. Capacity building, what you really need to know and what is good to know. Right there? Okay, thanks. A quick look at police governance. It refers to the system by which police forces or police services are controlled and held accountable for their actions. And that includes not only the services themselves, but also the boards. And this includes the laws, policies, and the procedures that govern the actions of the police officers, including the chief of police and all the officers, as well as the oversight bodies, which is primarily the Board of Police Commissioners, as well as any others that are set forth in provincial legislation that enforce compliance with laws and policies. And there are police governance and oversight called police acts right across the country, and they differ from province to province. For instance, the RCMP have theirs. There are 114 RCMP detachments in Saskatchewan, many of them near First Nations communities. But an interesting one in Alberta, one of their differences is that their police act appoints an individual commissioner to act as a receiver of public complaints against the police service. We don't have that in Saskatchewan, for instance. We have a very much of a different system. Within that legislative framework, which is important, are the laws that the police boards have to be aware of. The Provincial Policing Act, for sure, the Labor Standards Act, because boards are actually the employers of the police service members, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the First Nations laws and bylaws, which is critical going forward, because as I'm going to explain, boards are really walking a fine line here many times. And of course, the criminal code, you don't need to know it in depth, but you at least need to know the major elements of the criminal code and where to find various statutes. And the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, of course, and our our nemesis, like you would call it, the Indian Act itself. And then you have the policy framework. You have legislation, then you have policy, and you have your board charter, whatever it might be, in terms of reference, which defines your board membership, your various governance policies, your code of ethics, your conflict of interest, remuneration, meeting procedures, all your board operating policies. The chief of police recruitment, hiring, evaluation, critical, one of the most essential elements of a board member, and the First Nations Canada Provincial Policing Agreement, which is about 20 pages long. It's a contract signed by your chiefs in your communities as well as the province and federal officials. Your communications policy, critical moving forward. Any collective bargaining agreement if the unions are active in your police service or a police association, or in any case you have to be able to work with your officers. And your strategic and operational plan, and that's the policies that you're aware of. What happens generally when a board member is appointed, you're kind of thrown into the mix and you sink or swim. So you got to spend a lot of time. If you're lucky, you get an orientation manual, which is about an inch thick. You're expected to read that and understand that. Then you got to go to your meetings and you get caught up over time. Generally takes about a year for a board member to become fully functional as a member of police management board. And then, of course, as police boards, you walk a fine line there, or what we call a tightrope. It doesn't matter what side you fall off of. The line between band councils that appoint you and police leadership that have an operational mandate, and sometimes they conflict. Effective board governance also helps to promote community-oriented policing, and you'll hear a lot more about that in next one. Our standard for governance issues was the Thunder Bay Police Service. I'm not going to go into that too much, but there was something called willful blindness there. There were some significant issues within Thunder Bay, particularly between the police service and Indigenous peoples, which led to some really huge problems for the police service as well as for the Board of Police Commissioners, so much so that the Ontario compliance bodies undertook an evaluation, and former Justice Murray Sinclair was the man in charge. He spoke about what had to be done, and he recommended some major training programs, some major capacity building for the board, which never happened. So a year later, they got into the same problems again with the Human Rights Commission and resignations and some issues that the Ontario government had to step in one more time. So back to capacity and capacity development. Overall, the definition of capacity, as we understand it, is the ability of people, individuals, of organizations like your board and your police service and your society as a whole to manage their affairs more successfully. So capacity building with the Board of Police Commissioners has to correspond with capacity building at the council level as well as in the community, whether it be through your justice committees, your various agencies within the community that integrate with crime prevention and citizen support. So capacity development is understood. It's a process whereby your board unleashes, strengthens, creates, adapts, and maintains capacity over time. And that often targets the board's governance standards and ability to run effective meetings. Some of the lifeblood of a commission is the quality of their meetings, how it's set up, how it's managed, and the follow-up to it. Communicate effectively with the chief of police and the band council, manage the strategic planning process as well as oversee the operational plan, engage the community that you represent, ensure effective oversight of operations through either monthly reports on operations and finance, deal with public complaints, particularly where it's mandated by law like Alberta, financial and personnel reports, creating and implement policies and law, and manage reports over time. These are the reports that go back to your funding agents. And here's an interesting one that we thought about a lot, the intersection between First Nations governance. Five Hills has 5 First Nations. Each First Nation has their own uniqueness within their governance system. Little Black Bear's governance system has a community justice committee, which assumes responsibility for the policing and other justice areas. Other communities don't have that. They have a direct relationship with their chief, and others have a sort of a hands-off, say, let the police board function and we will just demand accountability on an annual basis. So it depends. That's one of the issues that multi-community police services face, is how do you manage and meet the expectations of the different communities? Like Tsuut'ina has, of course, one community, so they are in a different kind of a operational system. Lakeshore would have, I think, 5 communities. Little Five Hills has 5. North Shore, I think, has 8 communities. Saddlemix, if I'm not mistaken. Manitoba First Nations are growing and expanding, so they may have by now maybe 10 communities. I'm not sure, but we'll hear from them. So it varies, and it's difficult sometimes to manage the expectations of different communities. The other one is policing as a social fit. Policing is not something that is an island all of its own. It's part of a social network. And for us, it's about understanding intergenerational trauma and the tension between law enforcement and the core police responsibility, which are usually reactive or after the crime has occurred, and crime prevention, which is community-based responsibility and police support through interagency collaboration. So building capacity in the social network is really critical moving forward, particularly for crime prevention. And the one that is really, I think, in many cases is cultural fit, where the police culture and police services do have a culture. It's an operational culture. Every organization has their own culture, and each police board has an organizational culture. But there's a larger culture in the First Nations culture surrounding ceremony, kinship, elder circles, language, and customs, which police services have to be aware of. And there has to be a fit between the police culture and the First Nations culture for which we serve. The three-step process, the capacity building. As a board, what do you want to do? What are your aspirations and what's your strategy moving forward? What do you want your board to do? Do you want to be simply a cheerleader for the chief of police and the service, or do you want to have some serious governance oversight responsibilities? How far do you go? What line of communication do you need? And so forth. And how do you maintain relationships with the community? Step 2, ensure good management on your board. Committed people in senior positions to make capacity building happen, whether they be your chair, recommending that every board have a coordinator, a civilian employee to work with your board. Most of our board members are fully employed in other areas within their community or are semi-retired, such as myself, and don't devote full-time. I think boards have to have a full-time member working to support them in their capacity building. And step 3, set a plan for capacity development and be patient. There's no quick fixes to developing capacity. So know what it is, know what you need, take steps to do what you want. A quick look at spirit and intent of treaty. In Treaty 4, the words are to maintain peace and order between each other, the First Nations, other tribes of Indians, and the settlers, and to assist the officers of Her Majesty in the area of justice. And treaty itself confirms jurisdiction and authority, and we have a treaty expert here who will be expounding on that. So that's a quick look at capacity building, and we're going to have some time, I think, for some questions on these particular areas. But I'd like to hand this over to my esteemed colleagues on the panel very much. So thank you.
Thank you for setting the groundwork. So now we're going to open it for some questions for our panel. And I'm actually, Sherry, going to open the first question to you, if you don't mind. And the question is, which I think is very apropos to the presentation, is how do First Nations police commissions define effective governance, and or do they currently, and what principles should guide those operations? Oh, sorry, there's a button on the side.
Hello? Okay. Thank you, Teddy. So I'm from Manitoba First Nations Police Service. I'm the chair for technically or legally, we are the Dakota Ojibwe Tribal Council Police Commission, which is a little bit confusing, but that's because our service has grown over the last several years, as Dan mentioned, and we're continuing to grow. The police commission itself, the police service itself is still under the umbrella of the Dakota Ojibwe Tribal Council. And ultimately, the communities, the tribal council are responsible for issuing the mandate to the governing body, which is the Dakota Ojibwe Tribal Council at this point, Police Commission at this point. So how we define effective police governance is, well, first of all, civilian oversight. Manitoba is also unique in terms of not only the legislative requirements of a police commissioner for just the First Nations police service, but it's also reiterated in our empowerment document that was created back in the 70s. Dakota Ojibwe Tribal Council Police is how we started, and we were, I think, one of the first civilian governing bodies that were created for police services across Canada. The Police Commission, the governing body, has been around since the 70s. So how we define it is civilian oversight. There are no political representatives on the Police Commission. That was first instated by the Council of Chiefs that created the empowerment document that defined the mandate for the governing body. And so they, at that time, felt like that we needed to ensure there was political autonomy, or that the service and the governing body was operating at an arm's length from politics. So it is civilian oversight. We define it also by accountability, transparency, engagement, community engagement, communication, and being culturally responsive to our communities. So it's a little bit of kind of.
No, I think that's something that is indicative and distinct in our First Nations, is that cultural response mechanism. And it actually leads to the next question, which I wanted to ask you, Billy. You and I, as friends and as colleagues, have talked, I think, very rigorously and robust around our traditions and our cultures. And so I wanted to ask you is, it says how can, but possibly how do is a better way to ask this. How do First Nations, how do our cultures and traditions, how are those integrated from the Blood Tribe into the governance structures of police commissions or governance boards?
That's a good question. Hey, Dan. Get ko that some one still go kiskato ka hoki suka kito toksua. Stand wa ma kikwan ikoka kiama. I just said my name's Billy Wadsworth from the Blood Tribe. I said, I'm really glad to see Regina over there. She's a smart woman. And in Blackfoot, I don't know why it sounds funnier. Hey, all the time when we speak our language, it sounds funnier. So I'm from the Blood Tribe. I guess it's very historical. You know, our people, us Indians, I use the word Indians all the time because we're, you know, everybody in the English language, they call us Indians, so I'm just gonna use the word Indians. My grandma, Matsa Pipwe, Annie Wadsworth, she didn't speak English, eh? And so I grew up in our house with my grandma. She raised my dad, my late dad. And we just had electricity, and we didn't have, you know, we didn't have a bathroom. Had to use the bathroom outside, you know, outhouse and wood stove. And geez, and I was allergic to Pampers. My mom had to wash my diapers, eh? So I had to wear cloth diapers. And, you know, grandma was in the house the whole time. Hey, she's talking about our culture, our ways of life, our Indian ways of life, and being respectful and kind to each other. And Espomotio means to help each other, to be very kind. And so those values are embedded in our language, eh? And we're part of the Mutuspitegs. That's the all tall people clan. And incidentally, I'm kind of tall. I'm 6'4", and I guess it's kind of fitting. There's, I think, 14,000 people right now in the Bloods. 14,000 of our nation members, around there. About 10 years ago, it was 13,000 members. There's a lot of us there. And we have our yearly Sundance, Gukats, and at our Sundance, we did some stats during COVID. We had some stats of amount of population of our members that attended our Sundance, and we had 7,000 one day. 7,000 of our nation members were at our Sundance, and about 120 to 150 TPs set up, and each one of our nation members is part of a clan, and our clan system is still alive and well, and you see it at our Sundance because in every direction around the center camp is you camp where your clans, where your ancestors camped, the clans. And so again, I mentioned that my clan is Mutuspitegs, and Mutuspita, their clan has been there since we don't even know, like we ask elders, how long our ways and our clan ways and that Akukats and how long it's been there, and nobody can tell you how long. It's just thousands of years, eh? We've been there thousands of years, So our systems are very strong and our language is still strong. And when you come to policing, in our language, we have all these concepts and values that are embedded within the language we speak. And every word that we speak, or a lot of our words, contain, I guess, the philosophies of our people, and everything's that we're all connected, and we're all part of this universe and this earth, and we're all dependent on each other to live, and we depend on the plants that grow to feed the animals that we eat, and this whole interconnected system is embedded within our language, eh? And so that relationship, there's a word that's always used, and people know it. It's kimmapipits, and that means compassion. And that compassion is applied to all things. And so whenever people that are really in the know and really connected and have been in our ways and know our language and been raised around old people, they just naturally become that, and they just naturally be that in society, and they really think about our relationships. And all of us Indians, we're all kind of like that. We're all related. If we talk long enough, we'll figure out a way how we're all related. But I'm not related to my wife. Yeah, me and Teddy had a good laugh about that one last night. We're not cousins, me and my wife. But anyways, that system of being kind and generous and good to people, that carries over into the way we govern and the way we apply government on the Blood Tribe. I was a councilman from 2012 to 2016. We have what's called Keynote, which is like a constitution, and it outlines our governance structures, our language, our culture, and our land base, and who we are as Blackfoot people. And within that, it talks about compassion and respect and all that. So once we have our boards and we come to our boards, we reference Kainai, which is our constitution and everything, so that it begins to be applied uniformly throughout all our boards and all our governance structures. That Kainai is strongly recognized in the ethical practices of boards within the Blood Tribe. So each committee that we're jumping on, whether it be for education, health, whatever it may be, you're going to see that Kainai, and you're going to see that how do I conduct myself as a board member, as a Blackfoot person, And that's what's expected amongst all this. So we kind of police each other all the time, eh? And so we always say, well, that's not Blackfoot of you, you know? We're a collective. We think about all our people and our children yet born, and you know, that's not just talk, okay? That's why we're still here, us Indians, because our ancestors applied that way and took care of each other. So yeah, I mean, in a real short as I can, share the ways of how we do that back home.
No, and thank you. I think, and thank you. You touched on the values and principles and cultures while we build these capacity mechanisms. And I think, thank you, Daniel, for setting that tone and that understanding. As we in First Nations and as this national board develop these policies, terms and conditions, references, all of these otherwise in our language we say "gahale" here on Tsuut'ina, which means white people. And I say that to say there's a lot of colonial structures that are either necessary but can also become cumbersome in the development of what is meant to build capacity on First Nations, because our practices before contact were always aligned with those collectives, with those traditions, values, seeing each other, our ways of being, our ways of knowing. My Auntie Violet, who's the chair of my commission, always talks about natural law and utilizing the way things are in our communities, the way things are in our world to emulate into our practices, which leads me actually to another question that I'd love to, Dan, I'd love to hear your perspective on this is, as we develop these capacities, as we develop our policies, in which ways are we and can we reflect our unique needs and our values in our community, while as governance bodies, maintaining accountability back to leadership and back to community?
Yeah, as I mentioned, each community has their own particular governance structure. And I visited the Blood Tribe board and the operations, and I was really impressed with the quality and the intensity of the relationship between the values and the systems and the current operational requirements of for lack of a better term, a modern protective service within the community, and how do you match those two? But I think in a case like us, we have, in Five Hills, we have quarterly pipe ceremonies, which brings the 5 communities together, for instance. And we have the pipe carriers come and they do the ceremony, and our officers attend along with our board members. And I think it strengthens the connection with our culture and our values. The other thing that we're trying to accomplish, and sometimes it's difficult because we have a large turnover of officers, is to ensure that they understand the different governance structures in our communities. There's 5 different communities. The Nakota have their way of doing things. The Cree and the Anishinaabe have our way of doing things, and they evolve over time. Like culture, values remain in place, but there are forces impacting on us that force us to change certain things. And one of them is the governance structures that we operate under, the forces impacting on us, whether it be provincial or federal policies, our own people, our own expectations at our community level. But we must try and maintain the values that the Cree way of thinking, the Nakota way of thinking, and then maintain those over time and interaction with other agencies within the community. So it's a whole of community approach, and many times policing and police boards are seen as something different or something outside of the general structure, because that's how, after 160 years, I guess, of Northwest Mounted Police and RCMP within our territories, that's how we came to see it as an external force impacting on us. But now we're starting to take control and management, and the RCMP are helping us do that. And actually many of our officers come from the RCMP, and they come and transition into First Nations policing, at least in our service, and that's really helpful to us. But then this is where we try and meld the policing culture of the RCMP with the requirements of the communities. So it's a challenge, but it's something we have to deal with.
No, and thank you. I think those challenges in finding the cadences as to how our value adds, our ways of being, our traditions and practices are not only acknowledged, but in practice, and practice in a way that is felt in community. Sherry, I wanted to ask you the next question, and this is regarding the community capacity development. Something that I'm new to my commission, been there for about a year, and we're just building that community engagement mechanism as well, determining what are those value-added practices that allow us to be transparent back to community. Something an elder told me in Lethbridge that always sticks with me is if our people don't know how it works, it doesn't work. And as governance, as police commissions, I do, with my commission, take it very serious to as well be that sounding board for community, because that tension with law enforcement is still true, it's still there, it's still felt. I think we all grew up in a time where you didn't trust a cop, you didn't trust a service member. And I now see for this next generation, we have people from our communities that are police officers, are law enforcement. And so I wanted to ask you, in utilizing our ways and utilizing our practices while maintaining transparency, how or what are some practices that you utilize to build that community involvement and that community confidence on behalf of your police board or your police service? Sorry.
Great question. So we're a little bit. We're structured a little differently, just like File Hills. We are a regional police service, so we do have 8 communities at this point in time. We will have 10 this year. So policing, and it's, every community is unique, and every community even defines policing differently. And what does policing look like in those communities, in those Dakota communities, the Cree communities, and the Anishinaabe communities. Even regionally, we've got communities in the south, and then we have a community up north. So first off, every community has to, leadership has to find a person that represents their community in a good way. Has connections, strong connections to their grassroots, first off. So appointing a police commissioner from their communities that is going to, like I said, represent their community in a good way, and has also strong ties and strong communication mechanisms in place already, is helpful. So some engagement practices that we use, we're not as active now, but it was established when I first came onto the commission, and we have talked about the importance of reestablishing those local police committees. Because we're a regional police service and we've got 8, potentially 10 communities, it becomes even more important to ensure that that connection to grassroots is there, and that ongoing engagement. So establishing local police committees in every community that is led by the police commissioner, it is important. So we've got a framework for that ongoing engagement. Other mechanisms kind of like that we found that didn't work, first of all, is surveys. Surveys are, they can be useful in a way. It's extremely important to have mechanisms in place to determine any shifts in perception, police perception, as well as satisfaction, community satisfaction. So it is important to have those types of mechanisms and those tools in place that are accessible to our communities. But our communities, a lot of time, either lack maybe the infrastructure for online engagement, although that is also a key piece for youth. So having multiple engagement strategies to be able to connect with various stakeholders and various diverse populations that are represented in each of our communities. So the way that we would engage elders or knowledge keepers may look different than engaging with youth and using maybe social media campaigns and outreach programs like that. You know, to like I said, maintain that connection. So, and creating those advisory tables and those safe spaces to engage, otherwise engage people that might not have those resources to be able to be easily accessible, like I said, online. And so surveys didn't necessarily work the greatest for when we did our organizational review. So the learned lesson there was creating more of those focus groups, more of those advisory tables, and those, like I said, those advisory tables that have a good representation from our community, because it's extremely important that governance has a pulse, always has a pulse on policing in our communities and what that's looking like, and be very also be data-driven and evidence-based as well. So yeah.
No, thank you. That you touched on a lot of really good points that I think we all struggle with, and that surveys is one that it's interesting that you bring that up, because I find in non-First Nations communities, surveys are sort of the access point of how to receive data, maintain information. We did a research study last year where it was very apparent in First Nations communities, again, if you don't understand how it works or how it's implied, it doesn't work. So the surveys didn't always work for us, versus when we held community committees and gatherings, sharing circles, when we held fire talks, as they were referred to out in Rama, we instilled ways of practice where our people not only were encouraged to share, but I also think there's a lot to be said about a sentiment and a feeling as well. When you allow people the intention and you create the space so that they matter, it really galvanizes people, because then they understand that not only their voice is being important, but it truly matters. And I know as governance actors in building that capacity, it absolutely does. And so to that, I think that's a component in building that capacity that is a remaining struggle. But you also touched on something so brilliant, which is when we know what doesn't work, then perhaps we can imply or build something, develop something that does, which doesn't necessarily always look as the pre-prescribed way that that governments that are not First Nation comprised may pre-prescribe, because that's the traditional model of how they received information. Billy, I wanted to ask you, and because as a man who does attend traditional practices, I know you go to Sundance and powwow, and even my elders sometimes tell me when I'm sitting with elders at a powwow and I'm just listening, they say, see what you're doing, you don't have to do the survey, you don't have to do the data, you don't have to do the outreach, this is enough. And so I wanted to ask, what are some ways in the Blood Tribe that you ensure that community voice is heard, acknowledged, and then utilized to build that capacity and governance in your nations?
That's another tough question. I mean, we do surveys, actually do data collection and aggregation and that kind of stuff, technical stuff. We've done surveys in the past, and we do them, but we try and space those out so that the community doesn't get overwhelmed with surveys. What's the term? Survey
fatigue.
Survey fatigue. Yeah, you don't want your people to get tired. And in our language, when somebody says that means like, what next? So you see these young people coming to your house with laptop, sometimes you'll see our people say, what are they doing? What are they asking us now? So we don't want our people to do that. So we try and space out those times when we do require really accurate numbers. Sometimes you do, sometimes you need that strong data so that you could go forward and you know, fight for more funding and such like that, hey? So sometimes that's required and necessary, hey? But other times, you know, again, it's just the cultural norms and how connected you are to your people. And, you know, there's ceremonies that you go to, and that's where a lot of the things, that's where you hear the people, you know, what are they, what's in their minds, hey, what are they thinking about? And, you know, we have elders that, really esteemed elders that get called to families to conduct, like, what we do is to cleanse people that of bad energies and, you know, bad things. People get painted, and, you know, that's protection from bad things. And then we have our sweats that cleanse us, and that cleanses us from bad things. But each of these ceremonies are part of a, you know, big system of cultural things that we attend. We have these ceremonies called Keynote, and these are wintertime ceremonies where all the societies and clans go. You know, they're all-night ceremonies, and there you hear the concerns and, you know, what people are talking about. So it's, I guess it's the responsibility of your nation members too. You know, we all have the responsibility to make sure everybody's okay, you know? Yeah, before I forget, I wanted to mention to everybody, I'm really proud. Our police commission's here. I want to acknowledge the Blood Tribe Police Commission. Our chief of police is here. We're celebrating our 35th year of self-administered policing. And I'm just very proud to be a part of that team and be that, you know, I'm that kid that everybody kind of teased because I knew my language, and I smudged and I offered tobacco. My cousins would tell me, "What are you doing? You're offering tobacco?" You know, those were the things that were the clash, I guess you could say, that us people went through. It's being Indians, you know. Sometimes we were shunned even in our own communities, eh? So I guess it turned around where now I'm able to share our culture, and, you know, very proud to do that. And I think that each nation should have its own police service, because we're all somehow have a relationship with the federal government, the newcomers that came to our lands, eh? And we should all have our own funding models. Each nation is unique in their language and culture, and I think each nation should have their own funding agreement with the government of Canada to fund their own services. That's just something I think and feel that our each nation should have, hey? You know, the interruption to our cultures is very prevalent, and you know, enforcing, you know, law, sometimes that's all white man law, you know, that our own laws need to be, you know, to be enforced too, hey? So there's a lot of, like, things we could get into, and some other conversations we can have about, you know, historical relationships with the Crown. And I was gonna told Regina, I'm gonna talk angry sometimes, but it's frustrating, hey, because we're conforming to models and laws sometimes that don't even fit in our ways, hey, and they're not even our laws. So, and we're oftentimes reinforcing, you know, laws that don't even apply to us. So yeah, these are my frustrations, and I think that our rights are not just derived from our treaties. Our rights are derived from our Creator, source of life. And you know, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna call the white man the white man. The white man came here, and they don't follow that. Sometimes we see the way they act and you know, they don't respect the waters. Before they came, we drank water. I used to drink out of the coulee with my horse and lean over to, you know, act like a horse. My horse will be drinking water, and I'll drink water right out of the river, you know, the coulee. But now I can't do that. You know, you can't do that kind of stuff. And these are influences of different ways that they brought here, but different value systems, different, you know, the Industrial Revolution, polluting, and all this kind of thing, eh? I think that we need to begin to uplift ourselves and uphold that treaty because, you know, it's hurting us. It's not just hurting us Indians, it's hurting everybody now, you know, our condition of our environment, Dave. So I won't talk too mean right now. I don't want to go too far, but yeah, I think Regina wants me to talk angry a little bit. I'll stop there. Thank you.
No, and speaking of enforcing First Nations laws, that's our panel this afternoon, is on enforcing First Nations laws. For those of you who have never had the pleasure to hear one of my minor chiefs and one of my elders, Regina Crowchild, talk, she very intently and with passion and objectivity will provide us that clarity this afternoon. And another, something else I wanted to touch on as we're talking about building capacity is the youth component that I think is really important, and I think is oftentimes, I know even for myself, I can be fully transparent that I could work more effectively with connecting with our youth while also providing that space. Sometimes in this new world, especially, our youth are so distracted. Our youth are so they're so inundated with so much information. We're with my colleague Nicole developing a podcast that connects youth to elders, because that was the biggest thing, is we heard youth say, I feel like I don't have or I can't get connection to elders. And something else that I'm always trying to encourage our youth is to look at what we do in our community as a value and not as a hindrance. Again, my nieces and nephews, when I asked them what they want to do, they were like, I want to be a YouTuber. And I'm like, I don't even know, I don't know what you're talking about, because as far as I'm concerned, that's just where you watch YouTubes, but apparently it's a job. And so I wanted to ask yourself, Daniel, for that youth component, what are some initiatives, what are some practices, what are some ways that we connect with our youth and make sure that not only their voices are heard, but these lessons that are passed down from our ancestors, from our elders, are passed down in a way that's effective, but also that accounts for what they need?
Yeah, we don't depend upon the police service or the Board of Police Commissioners to pass down the cultural values of our communities, of our tribes. That responsibility belongs to our elders and to our community organizations like our Justice Committee or our people there. We expect, though, support from the police services. For instance, in Phi Hills, we have something called the Iron Nation Rangers, which is cadets, really. The RCMP have the RCMP cadets. I know that Manitoba First Nations Police Service have cadet corps in their communities. We have the Iron Nation Rangers, and the Iron Nations Alliance used to be between the Cree, the Nakota, and the Anishinaabe back in the day, about a 200-year-old alliance. So we just thought we'd take that and we'd foster a group, a youth movement toward the Iron Nation Rangers, which would teach not only a little bit of culture, but a lot of self-sufficiency, leadership skills, teamwork, and things like that, but also respect for the police services. So we have a group of special constables in our police service that work directly with our youth in our schools and carry the kettle and PGCs in a community school in Belcarris, where many of our children go. And the special constables are there doing Aboriginal Shield, just making the appearance and working with the youth. But they also have instructional requirements at the Iron Nation Rangers in Little Black Bear, for instance, where they come and they provide not only supervision, but also some programs around community safety, first aid, things like that, just to get the youth involved in terms of self-sufficiency and leadership roles. But we also bring into the Iron Nation Rangers some cultural components from our elders who come and they speak of the ceremonies, and they talk about the pipe ceremony and so on. So yeah, it's a movement, and it's definitely important. We also have the elders councils in our communities, and the chiefs of police, our chief of police, and the officers are available at any time if they're requested to do so, to come and speak with the elders, come and do a presentation, or else with the justice committees, or even the chiefs and councils many times, where they come in and just talk a bit about what community safety issues are and moving forward with that.
Thank you, thank you. Before we move on to question and answer, Rebecca, I wanted to round off the panel with us together. And I wanted to ask a question on training. And the training, as was referred to many of our communities as planting the seed and making sure that our next generations and those coming into this space are fully aware and comprised of what's essential, what is deemed essential. So I wanted to ask from your experience and from where you sit, what training programs do you believe are essential for First Nations Police Commission's members? And what trainings are currently available in your community and some practices that can add value to several other community members here as we gather? Yeah.
Well, it's interesting that we talk about training because I think the common theme, not only just in Manitoba, but across Canada, is that there is a need for some type of standardized training, some type of standardized curriculum to support not only First Nations police commissions, but police commissions and boards in general. But at the same time, there has to be also some flexibility and adaptability to acknowledge those unique communities, the unique values and needs of each of our communities. So one project that MFNPS and our police commission we're starting to undertake is the development of a training program for our governing body. At the same time, conducting almost like an environmental scan because of our growth. We're going to see a change in the future of how governance looks for our service. So we need to do this process in a good way, that we're engaging all of our stakeholders and we're engaging our communities to ensure that that governance structure does not deviate from our original intent or the connection to our communities. But with that being said, some of the training that's needed, ongoing professional development at the governance level is understanding law and legislation, ongoing training in terms of what governance is, defining what governance is, and governance versus management and operations and administration. What we find is that it can be difficult, especially onboarding new commissioners, is a really in-depth understanding of what true governance is, because most people can understand what management is. Most people understand what operations and administration is. Easier to understand that versus what governance is and how it is a high level operation. It's about the strategic plan. It's about developing policies and the civilian oversight. Another big thing is also establishing competency frameworks as well, and training and understanding how to do strategic plans and how to monitor effective strategic plans. We need to they need to be measurable as well in order for your chief to be successful in operationalizing strategic plans and determining what those key performance indicators are. Cultural competency and cultural safety is also important. Evaluating. Not only evaluating the effectiveness of your board, evaluating individual board members, and then evaluating, understanding the evaluation process for a chief of police, and how that, creating an effective process for that, so that you're also not setting up your board or your commission or your chief to fail in terms of measuring the effectiveness or the success of your chief of police when they are operationalizing the strategic plan or various policies that that the police boards put into place. And now that I find as well is understanding data and best practice approaches and evidence-based approaches. It's important. So those are type of training I think that's ongoing that's needed as well.
No, thank you. As you were speaking, I was looking at my notebook. So I was like, oh, I wish I could capture all this. However, this is all being recorded. So if any of you are like me and didn't write that down, thank you. That was brilliant. Yes, Dan.
Just want to make a couple points on training and development. And that's the relationship between the board and the chief of police is critical. So there has to be some real attention paid to that. Just to give you a couple of examples, in a tragic event in Manitoba First Nations Police Service where the chief of police recently lost his life. So that leads the board that has to go through a recruitment evaluation and a selection of a new chief of police. And what do they do in the interim until they get a new chief of police in place? So that's a significant board, I think, risk assessment that you have to do. What happens when you feel lose a chief of police? The second one is in the Anishinaabe Aski Police Service, and it's a matter of public record. They terminated the contract of a chief of police recently. They're being sued now by that chief of police for $2.5 million for wrongful dismissal. So there's another thing that has to be really critically to a board is the relationship with the chief of police and any kind of risk assessment in that relationship of how it moves forward. So I think that's critical in terms of hard training.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much for hopefully gleaming some insight and some encouragement as to how to build capacity and how capacity is continuously being built in many of our First Nations across Canada. At this time, we do have a question and answer. And so did anyone have any questions that they wanted to ask any one of our panelists, please? Well, we have them here today. Again, there's no wrong question to ask. I often find when we're in these spaces, either no one has a question, or if there's a question that could be asked later, there will be a networking event. And so reading the room, any questions? Yes, one moment.
My name is Frida Draney. I'm one of the commissioners for the Lakeshore Regional Police and spent 10 years in Indian Residential School. One of the things I've experienced and I've noticed, the thing that does not happen within First Nations governance, i.e. when the chief exits to the new chief taking over, there's no information passed from one chief to another. So when you have a chief and they say it's hard to make laws and help your people when you're taking 2 steps back. And I think one of the big problems is information. That should be a part also of First Nations Chief and Council governance. It should be mandatory that Chief and Council have that duty to pass on all its knowledge and information so that the next chief taking it on is not starting 2 steps back. The other thing I wanted to say as far as the police governance, to me, and I'm not saying I have all the answers, I'm usually the complainer with no answers. I see that this new governance that's starting seems to be a governance that's following the colonizer system. So it's a rotating door, in and out, in and out. My area of where I come from in the First Nations, I think we have a huge number of students like myself who came from Indian residential school, and many of them, I know many of them because I went to school with them, and we went a long time. So there's barriers in that too. It creates a system where it's survival of the fittest. I don't look after you, you don't look after me, because I'm busy surviving. If you drowned, I'm not going to help you because that may mean I'll drown too. That's what we've been taught, and that's how we were raised. So in saying that, I don't like the system that we've taken so far. I would like to see more things like restorative justice, because I believe we're failing a lot of our people. I know within my area, people are dying. So how do you, I was hoping that there would be something in this system that would, and I see no preparation for the younger generation. And that's another important thing. Like I know when, as the elder and as part of being on the IRS committee, I've tried to find every kind of way to get my people so that they could leave the reserve, see something else, rather than their own little community and never leaving that community because they're afraid. They're afraid of prejudice. They're afraid of all kinds of things because they've never been told that they're good enough and they can make it somewhere else. And that in itself creates a system of hopelessness. I want to see hope for my people. I don't just want to see a justice system that's going to tell me, slap me in the hands and say, okay, you know, you paid your dues, now out of jail, back and again. And then the same thing as the colonizers have done to us. I'd like to see better than that. And I hope someone thinks about that and has some real answers for us. Thank you.
Did anyone have any comments to our elder?
I 100% agree with you. We're, like I was talking about laws, eh? We take care of each other. That's natural in our ways, eh? Our elders teach us, have compassion, help each other, eh? It's embedded in our language, eh? So that's one thing that we should really try and keep is our language. That's really very, very important. So for, you know, thousands of years, we were us. We were our own people. We had our own philosophies, customs, values, ceremonies. Then there was an interruption. You know, I'll just say it, the white man came, created an interruption, took our lands and resources by creating treaties that they didn't uphold, we did. And then as a consequence, we're living in a system that we can't adjust to, this capitalistic system, individual system. It's taking us a long time to adjust to it, and we're still here, eh? So like our treaty was signed in 1877 here. My grandma remembers, you know, first seeing electrical lights, her first exposure to that, you know. So, you know, then we're having to taken away and can't talk our language, you know, cultural norms. This whole system, capitalistic system, really does not work with the way we naturally are as Indian people, eh? So I believe that I guess the safe place is to make sure we're still speaking our languages, you know, and then we're teaching our kids our language, keep our ceremonies going. don't oppress each other. We're mean to each other. We're bullies to each other, you know, and we weren't like that before, you know. My grandma talks of these things, eh? And we're mean to each other and we compete and, you know, money, you know, that system of, what's the word, how do I say, you know, that monetary system is even different, you know, the value system is different. In our ways, you were rich if you had horses, you know, you're rich if you had a camp, you know, not a mountain of money, you know, that's not something, you know, it's really, so we're still adjusting to the system. It's hurting us. Our kids are, I didn't know I had a lump in my throat growing up because, you know, my parents didn't tell me they loved me, you know. I didn't receive a good parenting system in your typical, you know, the way people see it. Until I got older and understood while my parents were taken away from their parents and put in residential school and were traumatized. Therefore, they weren't equipped to raise me in the best way that they could because they just weren't taught that, you know. And so we're all, I guess, evolving back to what we should be as human beings, eh? Being good to each other. But the system so hard does not allow for that. Doesn't gel, eh? So I think that we need to do it. Like, again, I say we need to take the responsibility upon ourselves to begin to continue to teach our kids our ways, eh? And not be ashamed of it. Me, I'm not ashamed to be an Indian. I'll speak my language anywhere, you know. I'm not scared. You know, this land we're on, we've been here for thousands of years. These newcomers don't know our lands and our, you know, our ceremonies and the stories of this land. So we have a true identity to this place, eh? So we need to empower each other, stick together, work together, and file a big class action lawsuit and get mad and, you know, uphold our treaty. Hun.
Yeah, I think that in the large picture of sovereignty and self-government and self-determination, we're in a period of revitalization and capacity building. That's what this is all about, developing the capacity that will empower us to once again be self-governing and self-determining. After 160 years of Indian Act administration, we pretty much destroyed our governance structures, but not to the point of oblivion. We still have them, and I was really impressed by what the Blood Tribe is doing in terms of maintaining and revitalizing not only their culture, but also their governance structures and their clan systems. At the same time, though, the much smaller bands like ours have got to be able to revitalize that. And we do that through what we're doing today, and that's capacity building. Our board had five major goals: stabilization of our service, strategizing for the future, indigenization of our police service in terms of not only culture, but of personnel. And also the last one was mobilization. So how do we mobilize our communities to regain, retake, revitalize, take back our inherent rights, we never lost them, our responsibilities, our obligations, and our capacity to self-govern and to self-determination moving forward. So that's where we're at. It was not forgotten. We never lost our rights. Just now it's a matter of developing that capacity to once again implement and enforce our rights.
And I just want to add to, like, miigwech for your words. Those are very real concerns that I think we, as board members, police commissioners, have right across the board. Going back to the knowledge transfer that doesn't happen, that is definitely something that we've struggled with. You know, and before our police chief, Doug, passed away, and it's really difficult for me to speak about that at this point because it was just very, very fresh. However, when we had the organizational review conducted, and one of the recommendations that Doug and the commission were beginning to implement was the definite need for a deputy chief position. If you have a deputy chief, at least that creates some type of safeguard there for that knowledge transfer in terms of operations within the police service. But we also need those positions for the governing bodies, because there is a turnover of commissioners as well. And it's extremely important. It's nice to have commissioners that maybe have been there for a while and know some of the historical contexts and things like that, and that they can help teach from new commissioners coming on board, but they're not going to be there all the entire time. And there's things that could happen that are outside of our control, where you may end up having a whole new commission. So it's important to have those positions there supporting governance, and not just the chief of police, but an actual, and I think Dan spoke about that, I think it was Dan, about the need for supporting positions full-time for governance committees. Another thing I just want to touch on too is that it is your responsibility from the board, the commission, to establish strategic objectives. And for us, cultural competency, cultural safety, and linguistic capacity is a strategic priority for MFNPS. And it's the chief of police's responsibility to operationalize that. It's the chief of police's responsibility to determine how he's going to also decrease substance use issues or crime through an Indigenous lens, and using that two-eyed seeing approach from the Western model and the Indigenous ways. It is the responsibility of your chief of police to be able to do that. And that is why the board also has to monitor that and have clear expectations and communications of how you're going to operationalize that through restorative justice programs, through, one thing that we found as well was the system, the police reporting system that we use is not ideal for tracking restorative justice programs and the effectiveness of those programs in our communities. Because that type of data and that type of evidence is also going to create those business cases for our First Nations police services to advocate for adequate funding for those Indigenous models of policing. So we need to invest in those types of strategies. We need to invest in youth engagement strategies at the governing level and ensure that that's filtered down through your chief of police.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Sherry. And forgive me for calling you Rebecca. I was reading the name Rebecca earlier, and that's not your name. Let's give some warmth to our panel, please. Let us all take 10 minutes of respite. There is coffee out front. We will commence this morning with two wonderful academics presenting on mental health and wellness for police services and police governance models. Thank you again so much.
Hello. If we could get settled in here. I am so happy to be the co-moderator with Teddy Many Wounds and our team here through the First Nations Police Governance Council. I am Nicole Robertson, and I am originally from the Mathias-Colombe Cree Nation in Treaty Number 6 territory. I live amongst the Tsuut'ina Nation at Redwood Meadows. I'm very happy to be here. I've been living amongst Treaty 7 nations that include the Blackfoot Confederacy and the Stoney Nakoda for over 25 years. I started my career here in the media as a journalist and worked with a number of mainstream outlets, including A-Channel, Global, CTV, and very happy to have started my own production company, Musqua Productions, which means bear. That's my mother's last name. And we're originally Rocky Cree, which is up in northern Saskatchewan and Manitoba. And so we're not Plains Cree. My mother's fluent in the TH dialect. And I am very happy to be here today to be your co-moderator and to be amongst our Indian people. And I'm just, taking all of this in. I'm a news hound, so I, of course, still understand a lot of what's going on in our First Nation communities in terms of, policing issues, but also on the ground, issues in communities nationally, and have worked with former national chiefs and in communications. So with that, I'd like to introduce our next panel, and thank you very much for the prayer this morning to the elder, and I'm very much honored to be here on the Tsuut'ina Nation lands and at their hotel. I would help to actually kick off the opening of this and the sod turning, so it's so good to see how this the development and the economic development that has occurred here at Tsuut'ina Nation really flourish in the past decade, and to see the very first Indian Costco. It's honestly something that when you go in, you're like, what, 500? But then you're realizing, oh yeah, that's right, I could use my card. Anyways, but yeah, no, thank you. I'm going to introduce our next speakers. So Lacey Runner is the Health and Wellness Services Director for the Tsuut'ina Nation. When requested, she provides mental health support through equine therapy to Treaty 7 and Treaty 8 First Nations. She draws from her Dene heritage cultural practices to incorporate a hybrid practice model when supporting individuals in their healing journey. Lacey is also a trainer and facilitator for the Crisis and Trauma Resource Center, or Institute, delivering meaningful information to organizations and Indigenous communities across Canada. She holds a Master of Counseling Psychology, is a Canadian certified counselor, holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in criminal justice with a minor in Indigenous Studies, and is also a PhD candidate with Yorkville University for the Counseling Psychology Doctorate program. Please welcome to the stage Lacey Runner. Let's give her a round of applause. Yes, I was going to also invite up Jill to come sit, and really quickly, so Dr. Jill Price is a research associate at the Canadian Institute for Public Safety Research and Treatment, located on Treaty 4 and homeland of the Métis, where she leads a team in the evaluation of internet-delivered cognitive behavioral therapy, a free and confidential online mental health treatment developed with and for first responders, other public safety personnel, and their families. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Jill Price.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the elder for opening up the prayer and for the drummers for starting us off. So again, my name is Lacey Runner. I'm also a second generation of an Indian residential school survivor. I'm also a complex trauma survivor. So when I do this presentation, I do it often through various organizations across Canada. When I like to talk about trauma, I like to share it in a way that provides awareness and education, because that's where we really start our healing. And I like to share it in a way that is safe, because I know I have been a part of presentations that more placed blame. But this is to really acknowledge the past and to provide that awareness. So again, what is trauma? For those who are familiar with Dr. Gabor Mate, he's very just amazing. And he does such great work when working with Indigenous communities, but also those who have experienced some form of trauma. He defines trauma as not what happens to you, but what happens inside you. Because as we know, trauma is a psychological wound. It's not a physical wound that will heal over time with a scar, but psychological wound is something that can stay with you for generations and generations, as we know within Indigenous populations. So what are the forms of trauma? There's acute, there's the one-time event such as a car crash or, a car accident, or even with a child, the disruption of the family, parents separating, divorce, that's acute trauma. Chronic trauma is something that happens over time continuously. Complex trauma is various forms of abuse that usually start in early childhood, which again, Indigenous peoples often experience. So again, as I've shared, I am a survivor of complex trauma because my dad was part of the Indian Residential School. I think you are aware of this one, the Kamloops Indian Residential School system, where they first found the mass graves. So when we talk about historical and intergenerational trauma, what it is that cultural loss, that loss of identity, is what the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada define it as. It's part of the relocation, the enforced systems to take away our identity through any forms necessary. And what as a result of it is Indigenous people are more likely to develop mental health challenges such as PTSD, CPTSD, substance abuse, suicide, anxiety, and depression. And these are some of the very, very few that really highlights what historical and intergenerational trauma has done to Indigenous populations. So as you know, on the left, that is the monument for the Kamloops Indian Residential School system. And I just found out recently through family that is now going to be known as a historic monument. So I know I only have half an hour to talk about this, but again, it's something that holds really dear to my heart that I really like to provide that awareness to, because this is where it really starts. This is what reconciliation also means, again, to myself. I can't speak for everyone, but this is where we start. We have to acknowledge the past. We have to understand the journeys of those who have some form of trauma, especially within Indigenous populations, because the systematic discrimination continues to impact Indigenous peoples worldwide, especially within Canada. And on the bottom left, that really highlights of how our identity was changed through any force necessary. And on the right at the bottom, that is the Kamloops Indian Residential School system. And I really speak from this from a survivor perspective, with my dad. He never talked about it. And for the longest time, I always wondered why my dad was the way he is, meaning, why was he so angry? Why could he not show us love? Why was there alcoholism within the family? Why was there domestic violence? Why did the police get involved? So again, I never knew this, and I learned a behavior that was unhealthy, that later would I understand would really impact my overall development until I went to university. Because I was a young mom at the age of 21, and I didn't know about the trauma, about the IRS, about the Indian Act until I went to Mount Royal when I majored in a criminal justice degree. So that's where my healing really started to start, and that's where I started to understand what my parents went through. And it was really unfortunate because I had family who were part of the day school. Trauma was happening within the community, but it wasn't talked about because we were forced to not talk about it. Again, it's the learned behavior that we were told it's better to be quiet than to talk about it. So Wab Canoe shares a really great video with under 2 minutes about the 500 years of colonialism. It's very, very broad and straight to the point, but if we were to really talk about this, we would be here for weeks.
So what went wrong? It wasn't always like this when we started down the path. When the settlers first arrived, the natives welcomed them and helped them out. It wasn't like they showed up and the natives said, uh-oh, there goes the neighborhood. And the relationship grew stronger, fashionable even. Remember these? It's a beaver hat. This was considered cool back in the day. That's right, our rodents were all the rage in 17th century Europe. That led to the fur trade, and of course the fur trade gave us Canada. For a time, the Aboriginal people had this warm and fuzzy feeling, love and understanding. We documented that in wampum belts like this one that depict two canoes traveling down the river in parallel paths, neither one interfering with the other. It's cute, eh? And the English and French, well, for their part, they signed all sorts of big agreements with great seals. Ever since the Royal Proclamation of 1763, there's been banner promises like, the natives will not be molested. Or my personal favorite, the Queen's promise to the Cree of bounty and benevolence. You know, we Aboriginal people thought we were getting a seat at the big table. But it turns out we had a reservation at a much smaller table, out the back, near the garbage cans. At the big table, they got Canada and all of its bounty. At our table, a total lack of benevolence. We got the plague, a plague of whiskey, and our parents and grandparents were molested in schools designed to kill the Indian in the child. So where did all of that go wrong? Well, step into my office, grab a seat on the big couch, and let's talk.
So again, a very,
So
very
what
short
went
summary.
wrong?
Oh,
It wasn't always
a very, very short summary of the history of Indigenous peoples with first contact. And I know our minor chief here, Regina Crowchild, she really advocates for our treaty rights, which is so great. Like, she's actually TikTok famous. I think I see her everywhere. So, you know, she's not one to fight, right? But it's great when we have our own woman fighting for our rights at these big tables, because like you said, we have to start using our power of voice to really make those changes. So like I've said, this presentation, this topic really holds dear to my heart because I've experienced various forms of trauma. My family has experienced various forms of trauma. And what really drove me into this line of work was when my cousin, who was also my brother, because we were so close, like committed suicide. And that's what really kind of like planted that seed that this emotional pain is so hard, you know, but yet our communities go through it like it's nothing, like it's a learned behavior. And part of my role with CTRIs, I go to various Indigenous communities across Canada and deliver these presentations. And the one that I went to that really hit home for me was Thunder Bay. And as you know, like there is a documentary on Prime Video that's called Thunder Bay, and I really encourage you to watch it because it really talks about the relationship or the lack of relationship between the police force and within Indigenous peoples. I've spoke to their people, and it's just really heartbreaking when they say that this is just something we're so used to. They don't even have the process or the time to grieve because so many of their children and youth who have to come 500 kilometers away to attend a school are found dead in the river. But then it's just covered up. Again, I share this in a way that provides awareness, not to place blame, but how we need to work towards reconciliation. So some of these root causes within Indigenous communities, the most famous one is the Indian Act. You know, from my understanding, till this very day, it's the only legal document aimed at trying to get rid of a race. You know, Indigenous peoples are the only one that are still bound to this. And, you know, there's so many parts of it that has really limited us, but has also taken away our identity and our practices, but we're really trying to bring it forward. And that's the great thing now with the funding now, because now they're recognizing that our own cultural ways, our land-based teachings, and our language is actually healing. But in another way, we've always known that has been healing to us. We didn't need research. We didn't need the Western perspective to tell us that was healing. Epidemics. You know, before our first contact, we thrived, but it was the epidemics that really impacted our population. My grandpa Gerald always tells me that at one point, Tsuut'ina had a population of in the thousands, but because of smallpox and the blankets, we were down to 300 at one point. Forced sterilization among Indigenous women. This is still happening till this very day. You know, just even months ago, it still happens. And it's quite alarming that this is happening. And again, it's just another tactic within the Alberta healthcare system or within the overall Canadian healthcare system to rid of our race. Forced relocation. You know, various Indigenous communities across Canada have been forced to relocate, you know, especially within the northern parts, the Inuit people. They were forced to relocate where there was no resources. But again, as Indigenous people, we're so resilient. We were able to overcome those challenges and able to keep our identity still going with our traditional practices. The most famous one, the Indian residential school system. Again, our ancestors were promised that the children that would be getting an education system, that they be getting an education to better their life as they foresaw. But again, that was just another broken promise from the Canadian government. The 60 scoop, again, another tactic to really kill the Indian within the child. You know, the children were forcibly taken away from their parents in the belief that they were not properly taken care of. But when you think about it, when their parents were part of the IRS, they were abused, they weren't shown love and compassion. Yeah, how do you think they were going to be taken care of? They learned that behavior to be normal. So when we think about a lot of our ancestors that were forcibly taken from a culture that had so much compassion and love and that the community raised the child, it was stripped from that. They were put into a system in which even when the parents tried to fight, they would either be thrown in jail or beaten to protect their child. So when I do this presentation too, I always ask the crowd, like, how would you feel right now for those who are parents with young children if your child was forcibly taken away from you and you could never see them again, not even knowing if they were going to be dead or alive within a year? And you know, you'd be surprised on how many people are just like startled from that question. The criminal justice system, you know, has a long history of the lack of trust and relationship within Indigenous peoples. And again, this is not to open up a can of worms, but again, it's to provide that awareness. You know, it has happened. You know, the Starlight Tours, the Helen Betty Osborne case, like that one really strikes home to me because it's just appalling of what can happen. The MMIW, those numbers continue to rise of what is reported. There are so many reports that aren't shared, so we just have to wonder what that number would be like right now. The child welfare system, again, is part of being seen as a new Indian residential school system. The criminal justice system, the child welfare system, but even now with the healthcare system, continues to fail Indigenous peoples with the systematic discrimination. And again, the point of this presentation is that why is it important to know about this? That we need to acknowledge the past. Because colonization and assimilation impact the overall social determinants of health of Indigenous peoples. It's a part of their journey. To see the outcomes to end that cycle of trauma, we need to start acknowledging it. We need to start talking about it. So my role when I came back to the nation as working as a mental health lead, I was determined to really start talking about trauma. It was a long 2 years, but I have a great team of people that continue to do that. And we've seen such a difference that we have more of our people reaching out for help that now we don't even have the capacity of therapists to help those, especially our young men, so which is great. Especially coming after a COVID pandemic, when our way of life was forcefully changed once again to stay home, to not socialize, that did more harm than anything because now we're still trying to address the impacts of the COVID pandemic within the overall mental health of Indigenous peoples. We went into an opioid crisis and a mental health crisis. But I always share that we're actually in a childhood trauma epidemic. We actually have to start talking about the childhood trauma that has happened to lead to where we have high rates of suicide, the high rates of substance misuse, the high rates of criminal vulnerability. Like our children are becoming more vulnerable, especially now with the social media platform, because they see so much and they're influenced so easily. Because a lot of times children and youth, they strive for a connection for those that they're not getting at home. You know, Indigenous peoples who engage in substances, you know, they don't just do it and wake up one day, you know what, I'm just gonna be an alcoholic. No one chooses that life, whether Indigenous or non-Indigenous. Individuals who engage in substance misuse is often because they're trying to numb a pain that has become so unbearable. They're trying to find a connection, a relief to that pain. They're trying to fill a void. And these are some of the suggestions that Dr. Gabor Mate says. That's the reason. No one chooses to engage in these harmful chemicals just to numb that pain. So how can we move towards reconciliation? Again, this is just from my perspective. And, the late Justice Murray Sinclair said that education is what got us here, and education is what will get us out. And this is where we have to start operating from a trauma-informed perspective. Acknowledging that the past, being mindful, being compassionate, being authentic. That's what really makes a difference when trying to move towards reconciliation, but also trying to heal communities. We want to be trauma aware. We want to understand, what is trauma? How does it impact those individuals that we're working with? Because you can line us all up. One event can take place, but we're all going to respond to it differently. And usually our upbringing as a child is what's really going to make that difference. Because the first 5 years within a child's life is so critical. 90% of the brain is developed, and that's developed through compassion, through love, through connection. Because as human beings coming into this world, we strive for that connection. And this is one thing that I really had to argue with in my thesis when I did my master's, is that connection doesn't just mean with human contact. And my professors want to know, well, what do you mean? I said, connection can be through ceremony. Connection can be through language. Connection can be through traditional practices. It can be through connecting with animals. Because like I've shared, I am a survivor of complex trauma, and the only thing that saved me within my childhood was horses. Horses have helped me to survive each day, each of those moments that have put me in those dark places. But it was horses that have helped me and continue to help me to where I'm very grateful that I can give back, because they are healing. And they've also been a part of our culture. Being trauma sensitive. Again, it's being mindful that we all experience traumatic events very differently, because there's always this blanket approach, especially within the mental health field, because the mental health field was part of a patriarchal vision, years and years ago, but it's changed so much today. There's over 400 different forms of therapy, which is great. And it's really meeting the individuals where they're at, rather than just this is what's wrong with you. This is what you're going to take as medication, and this is what you're going to go through. It was that blanket approach. From the Western perspective, trauma responsive. Again, it's understanding where that individual is at within that moment, within their journey, and trauma informed. So what is a trauma-informed workplace? Well, first of all, we always want to offer that safety, because no one's going to talk to you if they don't feel safe. I've been very fortunate to work with various organizations such as the Child Welfare System. At a governance level, I was able to work with the Tsuut'ina Nation Police Service and built such great connections there. I worked within the education system. So it's really great to have that experience, because I can really understand a trauma-informed workplace can be everywhere and anywhere. And I know when I worked with the Tsuut'ina Nation Police Service, there's a few officers that really stand out and where they really try to do that community policing and that restorative approach. And one of them that is John Prestako. He was just amazing. Tammy Dodgenhorse, but I know when I worked there, all the officers did such a great job. I've also learned a lot within my leadership from Chief Blake, from Brittany, from Inspector Healy, Inspector Don Blake, because they were so passionate about connecting with the community, building that community policing, going towards that restorative justice approach. Because again, when a lot of our youth too, or a lot of individuals who are part of the criminal justice system, it's a learned behavior. So it's really understanding that we have to unlearn that behavior, because if you put someone who, again, domestic violence, I know the rates of domestic violence continue to increase, but again, it's understanding well, why is there domestic violence within this family? What did they learn it from? Because again, they learned it from their childhood. They learned that that's what love is. And then they survived. They did what they had to do in order to survive every day. Or individuals who are stealing, individuals who are engaging in substances. Again, it's a learned behavior. So even when I share this with an education system, I always share that the punitive process doesn't work. and that's why that cycle continues. Rather, we have to go through that education and awareness approach, because if we ask them like, well, why are you doing this? Do you know the consequences of this? Because I've been to various courts, and there was Judge Creighton, he would not let anyone admit to a guilty charge. He would always say, like, do you understand what this is doing? And they would be like, no, like, okay, well, you need to find a lawyer. Like, he was very proactive in that sense, and it was great, because he gave that individual an opportunity to be like, hey, they need to understand what they're pleading guilty to. Because a lot of times they'll just plead guilty to get it over and done with. But really, they don't understand the long-term impacts of what it's going to do to their overall life. And a lot of times, youth will do that because they don't even see themselves living past 25, which again is very heartbreaking. That trust, again, trust starts, regardless if you're a police officer, you're working in the health, mental health field, education, social work field, you have to build that connection with the community, which means being visible in the community, engaging with the community, talking with the elders, talking with the knowledge keepers, talking with the youth. We had a great comment right before the break is like, moving towards that restorative justice approach is that we really have to be visible in the community. And that's where it starts for that healing process, support. There's so much lateral violence that happens within communities. But again, it's a learned behavior. It's that bullying tactic, that even the students in the schools often see. And I always tell them that individuals who are bullies, or that there's lateral violence, they often attacked first in fear that if I attacked first, they're not going to attack me back. So again, it's also a trauma response. It's a learned behavior. The mutuality, it's working together. Working in the collaborative aspect rather than the silo aspect, because working in silos just doesn't work. And that's something that I know the government really pushes us towards. It's fighting amongst one another. But really, we have to start working together. We're so close we're just on the border of the Calgary border, and then there's Tsuut'ina. So it's like working with the other organizations, because they may have resources that we don't. But it's even incorporating them into our life to really offer a perspective to moving towards that two-wide lens approach of incorporating the Western model and our holistic practices together to meet individuals where they're at. Choice. This is something that has been taken away from us as Indigenous peoples, is that choice. That power of choice and voice is what I share. Because even as an Indigenous woman, we often experience that. Growing up, not knowing that if I speak up, will I be shunned? Will I be hurt? So again, it's better to keep quiet than to bring things to light. It's better to be quiet as it brings peace. But again, what has that done? It has continued with that trauma, with that cycle and pain to continue to happen. So when you're working with individuals, I know I often say within education and the social work aspect is let your client make those choices of what they want rather than you telling them what they need. Because how do we know what they want, or how do we know what they need if they're not giving us the full story? So letting them make that choice, because I guarantee you often enough, they've been told throughout their lifetime, they've been told what to do. Awareness. And this is where it starts. It's sharing this topic. It's talking about the history. It's bringing light to it. What do you not want to do? Well, again, this is, again, from a trauma-informed perspective, you don't want to label genders. And I know we're moving in a different area to where so many of our youth today are identifying as two-spirit. And we need to recognize that. It's always asking those individuals, what are your pronouns? Rather than just assuming. Because as human beings, we're so great at making assumptions rather than asking questions, because again, there's that fear that's been instilled that if we ask a question, is it gonna sound dumb? But again, there is no such thing as a dumb question. The power of dynamics within a relationship. Again, even within policing or the social work field, or myself as a practicing mental health therapist, I always let them know, especially when I'm working with kids, that I'm your secret keeper. And I always like to be at the same level as them. I never like to be above them or bringing up these titles that just mean nothing, because again, I'm just there to help them. I'm there as a helper. Because I know when I work with kids, they don't know what a mental health therapist is. They don't know what a counselor is, but they understand what a secret keeper is. And that's what really develops that trust and rapport with them. So when you're working with individuals in this aspect, it's just letting them know, okay, I'm here for you. And that will actually start opening up that approach to building that conversation and rapport. The loss of and lack of privacy. Again, privacy and confidentiality is something that some Indigenous peoples they don't trust because it has been breached, and that's where we really have to let them know that this will be kept private, especially when working with Indigenous communities, because what do they call it? The moccasin telegraph, like it travels so fast. So we really need to let them know that what you're sharing with me is going to be kept private. And then that's when they'll actually open up some wounds in which they weren't prepared to do. Because no one's going to trust someone if they're going to say, well, how do I know you're going to keep this private if I tell you about my history of what happened to me? No one's going to be able to, and that's where that cycle of pain continues. Environment. Really be mindful of your environment. When I'm working with kids too, I always like to ask them, again, it's that power of voice and choice, like, where do you want to go? Do you want to stay in my office? Do you want to go outside? Do you want to go on the teepee? Giving them that power of voice and choice really does wonders, because not everyone is going to want to sit in a dark room or a bright room where it actually can be triggering, or even those mists, like they have peppermint and whatnot. I've actually had one client where the peppermint oil was actually a trigger because that's what their perpetrator would put on when they sexually assaulted them. So it's stuff like that that really makes a difference. Wording, you really want to keep that as mindful as possible, because not everyone has the literacy level of others. So when I'm doing presentations, I always like to keep it at a grade 4, grade 6 level. I always like to keep it basic, but even when I'm working with individuals or working with families, I like to share with them, like, to be very authentic, but very straightforward and raw. I always tell them, like, I'm not coming in here to tell you what to do or tell you what's wrong with you. I'm just here to help you, and this is the basic. Like, this is the whole background of this form. Like, being transparent with them, they really do appreciate that. Smells, noises, and touches. Again, what people don't know, and I always see this, is parents will always say, go hug auntie, go, and they'll push them. But again, that's where it starts, that loss of power of voice and choice. When you're forcing your kid to hug someone, you're actually encouraging them or having them learn that it's okay for anyone to touch my body. So, you give them that power of voice and choice. You always ask, can I give you a hug? Even like when someone's crying, even when they're crying, like, I can't touch them because it's something that is a practice that has been drilled into my brain, because you don't know if that's going to be triggering. Just a touch on the back could be something that could set them off. So you always want to ask their permission, because often people don't understand that even if I were to touch Teddy's ear, that could be labeled as assault. So again, it's really being mindful of that. So again, thank you for listening to this presentation. I hope it does plant that seed of being more trauma aware and acknowledging the past, because this is where reconciliation really starts from my perspective. Yes, Gus.
Thank you, Lacey, for speaking up and lending your voice for Indigenous justice and healing. There's so much that I could relate to, and you're a real advocate, so thank you for your presentation. Yes. I now want to invite up Dr. Jill Price with her presentation, if you want to come up. So thank you. No, I don't want to start there. Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Today I'm going to be speaking about PSPNet, which is a tool to support the mental health of First Nations police. Let me begin by acknowledging that the University of Regina, which is where I work and teach, is located on Treaty 4 and homeland of the Métis, and I recognize that as an institution founded by settlers that I benefit from being on this land. I also want to thank Teddy for inviting me to be here on Treaty 7. And I have the privilege to learn and meet so many new people. So in order to talk about PSP9, I need to first talk about CIPCERT. CIPCERT stands for the Canadian Institute for Public Safety Research and Treatment. By a show of hands, who has heard of CIPCERT before? Just a few. Because we just met. Yeah. So CIPCERT is located at the University of Regina. We're the leading institute that looks at research, treatment, and knowledge mobilization for mental health with first responders and other public safety personnel. Today, I'm going to be speaking about the treatment pillar, which is what PSPNet, or where PSPNet resides. A term or an acronym that I'm going to be using today is public safety personnel. And just so everybody is aware of what I mean by this term, in case you're not familiar with it, this refers to individuals who ensure the safety and security of their citizens. This is a more inclusive term that Public Safety Canada is using in lieu of just first responders. And this includes border security to corrections, search and rescue, and of course, police, of which we're going to be speaking about today. Now, as a result of their job, police are exposed to high rates of potentially psychologically traumatic events. More than 90% of police report exposures to serious transportation accidents, physical assault, assault with a weapon, sudden violent death, and sudden accidental death. Now, as civilians are exposed to 1 to maybe 5 of these in their lifetimes. Now, first responders and public safety personnel are exposed to 1 to 5 of these on a weekly basis. Consequently, police are more likely to experience symptoms of anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress compared to the general population. Most concerning, police are over 3 times more likely to develop any mental health disorder. But even if we look at anxiety, depression, and PTSD, about 10 to 20% of police are reporting symptoms characteristic of clinical anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress. But they're 3 times more likely than the general population to report clinical symptoms for any mental health disorder. In addition, 8.3% of Canadian police report suicidal thoughts within the past year, but more than 20% of police report suicidal thoughts during their lifetime. Planning and attempts are under 5%, which looks great, but is still way too high. These rates double within their lifetime as well. Unfortunately, seeking treatment is easier said than done for these symptoms. The top barriers include cost of treatment, distances from services, and wait times. PSP also experience some unique barriers to treatment, unlike civilians. These include time constraints because they're working overtime or shift work, so they're unable to seek treatment during regular working hours. They have discomfort with vulnerability compared to, at least higher than the general population. They have higher concerns for confidentiality or privacy, as Lacey has explained. And there's concerns most often about stigma. Stigma that if they were to seek mental health treatment, that their employers might find out and put them on desk duty, or the perceived belief that they would be put on desk duty. Perceptions that their colleagues would change their opinions of them if they found out they were seeking mental health treatment as well. Now, these statistics, whether surprising or not, are daunting. Now, the reality is that we won't be able to change the types of events that police are being exposed to as a result of their jobs. So what can we do? We can offer services to help build up their resilience so that when they are exposed to these events, they are more likely and more capable to cope with the things that they experience. And when their resilience starts to break down, we're there for them to help them get them back on their feet. One tool that they can use is called cognitive behavioral therapy. This is also considered the gold standard of treatment for anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress, as well as things like alcohol use, abuse, insomnia, anger. Now, I want to be clear that CBT is designed to be one tool of support, a support that can complement other things that you do for your well-being. Now, decades of research shows that CBT is an effective treatment for various mental health disorders. How this works is that our thoughts, in turn, impact behaviors or actions that we do, and our actions and behaviors impact our emotions. Research has shown that if we can change the way that we think about certain things, it can change the actions that we do, and in turn, the way that we feel. The overall goal of CBT is to improve one's being, professionally and personally. For example, if clients are headspace, they can connect better with their leaders, peers, family, and community. CBT was first delivered online over 30 years ago. The last 2 decades show that CBT is as effective as in-person or face-to-face treatments. It can also overcome many of the barriers to treatment that I had just spoke about. A large portion of this research has been conducted by Dr. Heather Hadjistraopoulos. She is a registered doctoral psychologist at the University of Regina and my boss. She is a Canadian leader in cognitive behavioral therapy and an international leader in internet interventions. In collaboration with MindSpot, located at Macquarie University in Australia, and the online therapy unit located at the University of Regina, Heather developed PSPNet. PSPNet is funded as part of the Government of Canada's National Action Plan on Post-Traumatic Stress Injuries, in collaboration with many partners across the country. Our team is made up of clinicians, researchers, first responders, and administrative staff who reside all over the country. What makes PSPNet unique? First and foremost, this was developed with and for first responders and other public safety personnel. It is also free to all clients. It is available in English and French. It's confidential, it's evidence-based, there's no wait lists, and there's no need for a referral nor a diagnosis to sign up and start seeking support. Oh, I'm gonna go back a second. So there are two main courses that we offer. One is the well-being course and another is the PTSD course. The well-being course focuses on general symptoms of well-being, but focuses equally on symptoms of anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress, whereas the PTSD course is focused predominantly on symptoms of post-traumatic stress. The well-being courses are available with or without optional therapist support, but the PTSD course, because of more complicated symptoms, they require to have this optional therapist support. So what does this therapist support mean? So we have therapist-guided and self-guided courses. The difference between these is that the therapist-guided offers optional therapist support. This means that when you sign up for those courses, there is, again, optional therapist support that you can make use of. You do not have to make use of that therapist support, but it's there in case you need additional support throughout the course. Versus the self-guided courses, that additional support isn't there. So when we try to recommend courses for people that are experiencing some distress or concerns about their symptoms, we almost always recommend that they go in the therapist-guided course just in case they need that additional support. For those that are seeking our services proactively to build up their resilience prior to experiencing these traumatic events, we then recommend the self-guided course. This is also a good course for any leaders who might be vetting or auditing the course for their members to see if it's appropriate for them to offer as well. So we have the self-guided. The therapist-guided courses are available for up to 1 year. The courses themselves are only 8 weeks, but the material is accessible for up to 1 year. The self-guided course is only available for up to 20 weeks. Now, the reason why this is different is research shows that when the therapist isn't there to encourage them to complete the course when they're doing the self-guided course, they're not as likely to complete it. But when we reduce the amount of time that they had available to the course material, suddenly they started completing it just as often as in the therapist-guided course. Therapist-guided courses require government funding from every province and territory. This is because all of the different registration requirements for therapists are different. So we currently have contracts with New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Ontario, PEI, Quebec, and Saskatchewan. So we're able to offer our therapist-guided courses to those provinces currently. And our self-guided courses are currently available Canada-wide. We're currently working, actively working to increase those contracts to all provinces and territories so we can increase access to the therapist-guided courses. But it is no small feat to get those contracts. All of our therapists have graduated level training in psychology and social work. They are continuously undergoing training and supervision. And what makes them unique is that they are all specially trained to deal with first responders. One of the common concerns that we have clients coming to us about is that they have sought mental health support services in the past and their therapist didn't understand the experiences that they had. And in some cases, they ended up consoling the therapist after discussing some of the traumas that they've experienced. These therapists are trained specifically with first responders, and so we aren't running into those issues. As for similarities, they both have 5 lessons. They are both meant and designed to be completed within 8 weeks, and they have activities to practice new skills, and they have reminder emails just encouraging lesson completion. Now, when clients enroll in the course, first thing that they're going to be doing is they're going to be doing an online screening. I understand that online screenings and questionnaires are not our favorite, just generally, and we are actively working constantly to reduce these number of questions. But why this is important is because this is an evidence-based treatment. That means that we do assessments at the beginning of treatment, before they receive the treatment, and as well after, so that we can see if there are any reductions in their symptoms following the treatment, and then we can tailor the course accordingly to make it as effective as possible. After they do the online screening, they do a telephone screening with a clinician. And then that clinician helps assess their needs and make recommendations based on their needs for which course would be best for them. They enroll in the course, they complete their weekly questionnaires, optional therapist support, and at the end of the course, they receive recommendations from the clinicians about any additional support that may be needed after. Here's a look at what the 5 lessons look like in those courses. Lesson 1 works on identifying symptoms. Clients oftentimes come to us and say, I feel awful. I feel really high levels of distress, but I don't know what I'm feeling. I just know that I'm off. And so lesson 1 helps to identify what are the symptoms you're actually feeling. Are these symptoms of anxiety or depression, post-traumatic stress? Lesson 2 works on thought challenging. Again, challenging those thoughts so that we can then in turn change the way that we act and feel. Lesson 3 works on managing our physical symptoms that come with those negative thoughts and those negative behaviors. 4 works on managing avoidance and safety behaviors. And lesson 5 works on developing a relapse prevention plan. So when or if you're ever exposed to traumas that might induce those symptoms again, that you're able to then cope or rebound, recoil a little bit faster. In addition to just general text and readings in the courses, we have videos, case stories of other first responders going through the course and how that experience was for them. Do-it-yourself guides. They can track their own symptoms over time throughout the course to see how their symptoms are changing, frequently asked questions, and additional resources. These additional resources have been designed and in collaboration with first responders. So we are considered a health systems unit, which means that everything we do is being advised by the clients. So the clients came to us and provided feedback that, you know, I would love an additional resource on anger or sleep or grief. And in collaboration with our clinicians, we've developed these additional resources that provide more information and more coping skills related to specifically these items here. To date, we've had over 200,000 visitors to our website. We have completed over 1,400 telephone screens, 96% of which have started the course and 86% of which have finished the course. Of the 14% that didn't finish the course, they said that that was due to changes in availability as a result of the job, typically, and personal circumstances. When we look at the clientele of people who are coming to us, majority of our clients are policing. 34% of our clients are police. 8% of our clients are self-identifying as Indigenous. We have equal representation from both men and women. We have a small group that identify as non-binary or trans. Locations, we first started offering these courses in Saskatchewan and Quebec, so those are our largest demographics so far, but as time is going on, we're seeing those other areas increasing. Most of our clientele come from communities less than 100,000. And most of them are currently employed, but this is also available for those who are unemployed and previously were employed as a first responder or public safety personnel, and as well volunteers. So what are the benefits? So in the gray here, you can see these are the levels of the percentage of clients who identified as having clinical symptoms before they started PSPNet. So about 50% of police had clinical symptoms of anxiety, over 50% had clinical symptoms of depression, and about 30% had clinical symptoms of post-traumatic stress when they came to us. And all of those were reduced to 20% or lower in just 8 weeks. When we ask their satisfaction with the treatment as well, over 90% said that their therapist was knowledgeable and competent, that it was worth their time and they would recommend it to a friend. And over 80% said that it helped increase their confidence in self-managing their symptoms. Now, when we ask clients directly, clients have identified PSPNet as convenient. One said that access is available to work around my schedule. PSPNet is reliable. I love the resources and that the course is focused on first responders. First responders often feel isolated because of their experiences. Reading about cases similar to mine helped me feel less alone. PSPNet is supportive. I was concerned about having a panic attack at work. Doing this made me feel more comfortable at work, which eventually is giving me more confidence with myself. PSPNet is insightful. It helped me look at things in a new perspective. It also gave me tools to cope with the stress I've had lately. And PSPNet is helpful. I've made a complete 180 degrees from who I was before I started the course. Even people have been noticing and telling me I'm in a different mood and overall attitude. Now, about a year and a half ago, Heather and I sat down and we spent the last 5 years looking at the effectiveness of the course. Just how much are we reducing symptoms? How can we improve satisfaction? And I approached her with the idea of looking at some of our underrepresented groups. And I had a particular interest to focus on the Indigenous populations. So we developed what is now called the PSPNet Advisory Group. This was founded, our first meeting was held in January of 2024. This consists of elders, first responders, community members, students, researchers. Things that we've completed as a group so far, everything we've done has been informed by the Indigenous members of this group. We have revised our land acknowledgements and added the eligibility for our services to our website. We've reduced our online screening questionnaires. We've conducted literature reviews. We've evaluated our Indigenous client data, which I'm going to share shortly. And we've created new Indigenous outreach material, of which is on your tables. We've presented at conferences, and we've initiated new campaigns in search of bringing awareness and bringing support to Indigenous communities, particularly within Saskatchewan. Two things I want to share. First is literature review. When we looked at the literature review about CBT use with Indigenous populations, no research has explored the use or adaptation of ICBT with Indigenous people in Canada or Indigenous first responders worldwide. This is the first in the entire world to look at this with Indigenous first responders. ICBT can support the mental health of Indigenous peoples in Australia. And prior to cultural adaptations, research encourages evaluation of currently available ICBT among Indigenous people, which is what it was advised by our advisory group. And that's what we did. When we looked at the benefits between Indigenous clients and non-Indigenous clients, we can see that their levels of anxiety were significantly higher than non-Indigenous clients, as well as their levels of depression. Post-traumatic stress symptoms look to be a little bit higher as well, but it's not statistically significant. But what's important is that they were seeing very similar benefits, overall benefits from being in this course. And when we look at satisfaction, in fact, 100% of the Indigenous clients that have enrolled in our course said that our therapists were skilled, that it was worth their time, and that they would recommend it. And about 80%, or just under 80%, pardon me, said that it increased their confidence and they were overall satisfied, which means that there is areas certainly for improvement. The findings that we found so far was that First Nations police are interested in PSPNet, and it can help reduce symptoms of anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress, and that they report high treatment satisfaction. This is the infographic that I've put on the tables in case anyone is interested, and we have additional ones if needed. So we have a direction to go from here. First thing is the advisory group has asked for us to publish this research in collaboration with them. They're helping writing the publication, have selected the journal, and so on. We have also interviewed Indigenous clients to help inform and create new case stories that are more relevant to their experiences, adding additional resources as well. And we've created videos to help reduce mental health stigma. These videos were filmed just at the end of last year, and I'm wanting to share today a couple clips from these, and you guys will be the first to see them.
My name is Michelle Vandervoort. I am the Associate Director at Saskatchewan First Nation Emergency Management. I'm also currently on secondment from that job, and I'm the Associate Director for the National Indigenous Fire Safety Council, and I'm also a volunteer firefighter in my community of Muscadet. It's really hard as a first responder in the First Nation community to constantly be responding to families and friends. First Nation communities, everybody's related somehow or intertwined. You grew up with people, you went to school with them, you know their children, you've probably worked in the school or at the health center, and every single call is somebody you know and somebody you love. And after years and years of doing that, it's mentally draining. My name is Michelle Vandervoort. Depression feels like, for me, it's not being able to leave my home, not being able to go out with friends because I don't know if it's anxiety or depression. Like, honestly, when I'm going through it, I don't know what it is. I just know that I'm scared to leave my house. I don't want to talk to people. I get very grouchy. I think I blame myself for a lot of things. You replay a lot of your calls in your head, and you get stuck in a rut, and I just feel like the walls close in and I'm just very alone, I think is the best way to describe it.
We're currently working to tailor these videos. We have 4 currently in the works of different genders, ethnicities, sexualities, sectors, and we will be posting them on our website that people are able to share to help reduce stigma within their communities as well as their organizations. To conclude this presentation, though, I wanted to share that CIPSCERT has some self-assessment tools. So whether it's for yourself, for your members, even for your community, we do have services as well for the spouses and significant others of first responders because it impacts greater than themselves. If you are of interest, you can do the self-assessment tools. They take about 1 minute per assessment. They come with a printout about what that means based on your symptoms, where you fall on the spectrum. We want to stay out of the red zone, and how you compare to other members within the same sector. I also wanted to share that when we talk about PSPNet and we ask our clients how they heard about us, they typically hear about us through their work. Here. So the next highest is through presentations, something like this. So I have a call to action just to bring awareness about our services for those that are interested, whether it's for your communities, for your members, for your family members. Here are some ways that you can help spread the word about PSPNet. We also have a conference that's coming up in Regina on May 7th to 8th. I've included more information there as well, which is designed to bring awareness and to promote thriving within public safety. And I want to conclude with a quote from Elder Betty McKenna, who's a part of our advisory group. She says that, "I believe PSPNet saves lives, reduces mental turmoil due to trauma, due to work life, and leads to healed, healthy people in our communities. That's why I support this project. Happy, healthy healing is good."
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Price. A few housekeeping rules. If you're posting to social media, we have our hashtag Empower FNGC, Empower FNGC, and also we have 10 minutes, so perhaps we can open up the floor to Q&A if there is any questions. Oh, we have Regina.
That's why we're giving you this.
It's Minor Chief Regina
Thank you.
Kirchhoff.
I want to thank you, ladies, for your presentation and the rest this morning. But I have one question. Looking at your graph, how come services are provided in Alberta is 1%? What's going on there?
So we don't currently have an agreement with the government of Alberta to offer the therapist-guided services. We're currently actively in the process of making that agreement, but it can take up to 1 year to make those agreements. We also need advocates within the province to help express the need for them. So we've been actively working with the governments. As soon as there's a changeover with governments, we have to start from square one. So we may have been in processes kind of creating them. So we don't have the therapist guided, and we don't have very many contacts. And so being here, we're creating contacts now, but absolutely we need to be expanding awareness within Alberta.
Well, I would certainly suggest that you meet with our police forces and try and make agreements with them as to how they can retain those services. Because I'm sure our first responders go through traumatic experiences too. And we don't need the provincial government. In some cases, yes, maybe they have to pay because health is a treaty right. However, nothing to stop you from reaching out to our first responders to see how you can manage to provide those services. We don't need the government of Alberta to tell us. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Dan, I believe, put up his hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those presentations, very enlightening and positive. The Fly Hills Board of Police Commissioners had a presentation from Dr. Price at our retreat in January, then followed it up with a presentation to all of our police officers and leadership and civilian staff about a month later. I think it's critical that we have stress leave, for instance. One of our self-administered policing services had 20% of their officers off on stress leave for 1 year. And it has a major impact on how they manage their police services and their services to the community. Our small police service, if we have 2 officers off on stress leave for whatever reason, man, it'll be brutal for our remaining officers. But I have one question. This is reactive, and I mean, it's after the fact. I think it's an excellent program, obviously. But what we as a board are concerned about is the training of our officers at the front end. And for both of you, is this trauma-informed investigation, for instance, is that part of a training program for our officers at their training academies? And is there enough stress management training at the academies so that officers can deal with traumatic events more positively?
Current training is very much lacking for proactive support. Now, our services, when we first started offering PSPNet in 2015, 10% of our clients were coming to us proactively, so they were not having any clinical symptoms. Right now, we have about 30% of our clients are coming to us proactively. The most ideal case would be that 95% of our clients would be coming to us proactively, and then we only about 5% reactively that we would be building up. So this service can be used to teach the skills prior to these things happening, but there's not enough awareness happening in the organizations or enough movement at the leadership or organizational level to implement this type of training with recruits. What we need is it implemented with the recruits from day one so that they're learning these skills just as they're learning other skills related to their job. So that way, as soon as they're exposed, they have the skills to deal with some of these, to recognize that maybe their resilience is breaking down and they have some of the skills to either seek support or manage it on their own. But there are a lot of services out there that claim to be proactive or resiliency-based, but not a lot of them are evidence-based. So it would just be finding one that fits best with your organization and ensuring that it is evidence-based.
And just to follow what Dr. Price said is that what I'm finding too as a mental health practitioner is that a lot of these trainings are online or through this approach. Rather, I think the best approach is a hands-on approach. I know I actually went to Enoch last summer and I brought horses. You know, equine therapy is so great for first responders. There's so much research with equine therapy and first responders and how they're able to connect with that horse to deal with the traumatic event, but also learn about themselves and awareness. Because with first responders, what I find is that they have this very strong, tough image, so they're forced to suppress a lot of what they see. And I think we need to break down that stigma and allow them to share how they're feeling, because again, when I talk about trauma, all of us can, experience the same traumatic event, but we're all going to respond to it differently. But it's letting them know that they can be vulnerable in those moments, and then thinking outside the box, because a lot of these trainings is just not enough. Mental health is now becoming a topic of discussion at the government level, because we're seeing so much of our first responders, our healthcare workers, social workers burning out to where it ends up in that situation where so many of them go on stress leave because there's no support there.
Thank you for that, Lacey. I was going to say that you can add reporters to the responders. I remember working in the newsroom and listening to a scanner with the assignment editor where they would send reporters out, and you'd sometimes get there before the ambulance or police officers. So on that note, thank you both for your informative presentations and sharing your spirit with us. We're so grateful. And we have lunch from noon till 1:30 p.m. So we will come back with enforcing First Nation laws with Minor Chief Regina Crowchild and Tyler Oka. And we look forward to that panel. And yeah.
And one more thing to add, we're going to have a special guest. You already had the pleasure of hearing him speak today, and Billy Wadsworth is going to join us on our panel this afternoon in place of one of our panelists who's unable to make it. We also, and I've heard you, I've spent a lot of time with a lot of you at conferences, and one of the feedbacks is always, the lunch isn't long enough, or we spend so much time here, you never get to see the property. So please go and gamble, because it helps pay my rent. So. In all seriousness, please enjoy an extended lunch, enjoy some time with one another. The food is ready. Please do give deference to elders, and please do join us back here at 1:30 for a very, very, very informative panel. And our minor chief who's TikTok famous. I didn't even know that. So looking forward to having you all here. Thank you, ladies, one more time. Thank you. Some warmth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. How was everybody's lunch? Good. Well, hey, you know what? No response is a good response, because it tells us that we all ate, we're all a little tired, we're all ready for this next panel, which is going to be impactful and insightful. And before we introduce our moderator, Nicole, for the afternoon and our panel, I wanted to share a little bit of background on the First Nations law component. And we touched on it a little bit this morning, and thank you to my friend Billy, who shared some insight around not only the importance, the necessity of enforcing our First Nations laws. Thank you to our elder for the comments. It definitely puts into perspective that need to develop things for us our way in an effective manner that allows for us to be aware and to lay the seed, lay the groundwork for those next generations. Our laws and the way that they are developed, the way that they are adjudicated, the way that they are enforced, mechanized, I always think that enforcement is a little bit heavy of a word when we are describing our laws, are extremely important. When I first moved back to Tsuut'ina Nation, I'll tell you a little bit about me. I grew up here on Tsuut'ina, and when I was 22 years old, I left to New York City and spent most of my life there, met my husband there, studied fashion, and it was an interesting experience, to say the least, coming from a reserve, being a two-spirited person, and going into a place, never had any friends or family. I just booked a one-way ticket and decided with $240, I can take on New York City. I wouldn't have been able to take on that city if I didn't come from here. If I wasn't a res kid, if I wasn't from a First Nations community, there is no way I could have lasted, I could have survived in New York City, because New York City taught me above all that not only do I have a home, but I have a group of people, I have my people that I consider all family. And it is such a value. It was so almost hurtful to me to make friends with people who've not only never had that experience, but truly don't know what that experience is. And I remember sometimes going out with friends who had jobs and, for all intents and purposes, looked the way and practiced the way we consider normal to be, only to walk them to their home at the end of the night knowing that their home was underneath a bridge. And I, in a city where that could have so easily occurred, and does occur to so many of our people, always had people to call home to, and who I knew would take care of me with love and with care and compassion and kindness. And I'm so grateful for that. All that to say, sometimes on our nations, I run into people who feel just as alone as those people who were living under a bridge in New York City. And they feel just as despondent. They feel as though there's no more hope left. And again, as a First Nations two-spirited res kid, born and raised here, went to school at our schools until grade 9, I'm constantly reminded of the enrichment and the value that has been bestowed upon me by the gift of Creator, and that I'm able to have the privilege to bring us all together here, but also in bringing us together to determine the value adds in our laws. And now when I say that in our laws, and we're going to have a conversation about that, I'm also speaking about our laws in kinship, in family, in love and care. Something that my grandmother always instills in me, and I've always come from this intention, whenever there's a term in legislation, in the best interest of, in the best interest, in the interest, in the interest. My grandmother always reminds me that as people, as First Nations people, we don't act in the best interest of one another, we act with love and respect for one another. We don't act as a charter of your rights and freedoms, but rather in our communities, you act from a charter of rights and your responsibilities back to your collective, back to your community. That all to say, those components of a human experience, those components of culture, of principles, of values, are truly enshrined in my teachings and continue to be fostered and continue to be nourished by the teachings and the blessings of new friends that I've been able to make, and some wonderful older relatives and relatives that I've called family since I've been alive in my almost 40 years of walking on this plane. And so you'll see on here our panelists for today. And I'm going to bring up Nicole in a second to introduce all of our panelists. However, our panelist in the middle, who is Jordan Bigplume, she is the current Executive Director of Governance for the Tsuut'ina Nation and has been such a mentor and an inspiration in the work that she does. She was actually, when I moved back from, I was living in Denver, Colorado at the time, moved back during pandemic, she was so kind to give me a job in governance and in legislation. I was going to head back to law school at the U of C, or head to law school, and that was going to be my path. However, Creator had other plans, and I often look to Jordan and look to the people who gave me that chance upon moving home to say, here's a gift, and let's see where you can build it. And again, I look around the room today and I'm excited about the gifts that we're all going to build together so that none of us ever feel as though we have to take home under a bridge or we're not left hopeless and despondent in our lands with one another, because again, we're all treaty people, and in the spirit and intent of treaty, it was often in peace and friendship, at least from my understanding of Treaty 7. And those rights are something that I instill into the younger generations in my community, and hopefully in the practices of governance and with all of us, again, to act in a matter of love and respect, in kindness and compassion, while also making sure that we are determinate and that we are strong and confident in our stance and our distinctions as First Nations people. I say that because this is going to be not only a very spirited panel, but it's going to be one that offers a lot of insight into the treaty rights, into the necessity of enforcing and creating our own laws, and what that may look like, what that means. And so to my new friends from the Blood Tribe, and to an old friend here, I'm really excited for you all to share in that conversation. And without further ado, let's bring up our moderator, Nicole Robertson. Let's give her some warmth.
Thank you so much. If I have any more warmth, I'll be having a hot flash. I'm kidding. I had to say that, I'm 50. So thank you for having me here, and I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch, and it was really, really good and nice and light, and hopefully we can get some good energy going here. I know that our next panelists have a lot of great energy, as Minor Chief Regina Crowchild is known, TikTok famous for telling the Prime Minister Trudeau giving him a few public words. And I'll let her, if she wants to tell that story. But I just think that it's great. I think that it's important. I think that having, I would say, aunties and our matriarchs being able to express themselves in a way that is what I've come to know as my aunties, and within our First Nation communities, that's how we learn. And so, and that's how people learn. And so anyways, I wanted to introduce our next panel. And our panel is Enforcing First Nation Laws. So Minor Chief Regina Crowchild has a lifetime of public service to her community. Born in Cardston, Alberta, Regina graduated from high school and went on to study at Henderson Business College. She was taught by elders and chiefs regarding identity as First Nation peoples, inherent rights, treaty, and treaty rights. We call her the treaty godmother. Yes, that's right. Her work for protecting treaty rights, inherent rights locally, nationally, internationally has been absolutely, I've been in the political circles for at least 20, 30 years, and I've learned a lot from Regina and listening and being in those circles, and I have so much respect. So I want to welcome you up here to the stage, and along with the next, panelist, Tyler Oka. He is the vice chair of the Blood Tribe. Come on up.
Damn, I'm getting old.
Gee, you don't look it. So you want to have a seat. She's going to also, give a few words as well before we start the panel. So Tyler Oka serves as the vice chair of the Blood Tribe Police Commission, a role that involves supporting and representing the chair and taking on the chair's responsibilities when needed. In this capacity, Tyler provides assistance to the chair in carrying out duties and responsibilities and assisting with tasks with the Blood Tribe Police Commission. Please welcome Tyler Oka. And Billy, if Billy wants to join the panel, he's the Blood Tribe Blackfoot. He's from the Blood Tribe Blackfoot Confederacy. Billy is the chair for the Blood Tribe Police, which is a restorative justice program focusing on traditional peacemaking of the Blackfoot people. Billy supports the development for self-administered First Nations policing and hopes to empower nations services in a manner that supports the inherent sovereign governing powers for First Nations. Here is our panel, enforcing First Nation laws, and I am going to bring this over. So Regina, if you want to, or you want to stand? Okay, good. Do you want to?
Taranata stada, sazan nato I koko ata, oke nikso ko agnes tuana kok nato I koko. Nitsika na ki ken khniketsni tapi sakhsiwa kitokanex matsim. You know, all those things that are being said about me, I don't know where to start. But I will tell you, I get very frustrated with Canada, both the federal and the provincial governments, simply because they hear our words, but it comes in one ear and out the other because they have their own agenda. That's what happens. And we, as our peoples, have, since the time of the treaty making, have tried to get our treaties recognized, affirmed, according to their spirit and intent and our inherent rights. The treaty protects our inherent rights. But Canada does not listen. So I'm going to give you a little bit of history about our treaty. Treaties 1 to 11 were entered into with the British Crown. That's our treaty partner. Canada is not. At the time of discovery, when Columbus came, he said he discovered Turtle Island. Well, I'll tell you, you don't discover a territory if peoples are there. Our peoples were there. So how can they claim that? The British Crown claimed assumed title to our territories. And in order, in the world view, for them to have title to a territory, there's got to be nobody there, no human there. Well, we were there. The only way that they were going to legitimize their assumed title to our territories was if they got rid of us. So you know, that's why Canada has been trying to get rid of us. They didn't kill us off. They're now assimilating us into the dominant society. That started from way before at treaty making, still goes on now. We have to wake up and understand what's going on. Canada never gave the true history of Turtle Island. Never did. We didn't learn it in school. The only way we learned is from our grandfathers, our parents, the elders in the community. And I am very fortunate that I was able to travel from the Blood Tribe all the way to northern Alberta to meet with elders. And they all told me the same thing. We are nations. We never surrendered our territories and our natural resources to the imperial crown. The Creator gave us our lives, our languages, our territories, our governance structures, our lawmaking authority, our justice system, gave us our lands, our territories. So our people can live there forever and ever. Gave us our languages. How many of our languages come from across the ocean, from Europe? Tell me. None. Because those, and that's key to our identity, because that's what the Creator gave us. So we are nations. Our peoples entered into treaty. When they entered into treaty, they didn't understand English. Yes, they used, the government, the commissioners used some Métis people, others who they thought understood our languages. But that was never fulfilled according to the way it should have been. Our peoples, when they made treaty, they did before the coming of the settler peoples, they made treaty, they said their words, they shook hands, and that was the word. Like this treaty medallion. They shook hands because they meant their words. They didn't go before a lawyer or a commissioner of oath to sign some agreement to put their signature on because they respected each other. Then, when we entered in treaty, it was about our territories. That's to share our territories with the newcomers. Our people said, we agree that they can live in our territories this deep. That's it, for settlement purposes. We do not surrender our territories or our peoples, our right of self-determination to the British Crown. So Canada has prospered in our territories since treaty making, and our peoples suffered, and they still do today. Yes, you see some of us are well-dressed in that, but you go into our communities. How many of them are surviving the way they should? How many of them are hungry? How many of them are lost because of the mental abuse that they had over the years in residential school and 60 scoop, all the laws of Canada being forced on us, so that we could forget who we are, our identity, our customs, our traditions, our principles, our way of life, our responsibilities as peoples of our nations. That's what happened, and it's still happening today. I get very frustrated because, again, because of their laws and what they did to us, many of our people don't understand the true meaning of treaty. They forget the power they have, the authority they have as nations. Canada is only a state. The British Crown delegated authority to them. They delegated lawmaking authority, governance, legislations. Us, we got it from the Creator, who gave us our life. So we talk about justice. When will our people get justice? Here, on the territory that our Creator gave us. In our treaties, if you look at the written text, there are some things in there that reflect the understanding of our peoples when it deals with treaty. But there are some things in there that are wrong, that our peoples never gave up, and that's cede surrender, our territories, our right to self-determination. The Crown, in the Royal Proclamation, said, you cannot settle anywhere on this land unless you enter into treaty with the Indians, like it was explained this morning. Columbus thought he was in India. Thank God he wasn't in Turkey. We would be a bunch of turkeys today. Maybe some of us are, but anyway. Gee, I kind of lost my thing. Told that nobody could settle unless they went through the Crown. And they had to pay fair compensation for the use of our territories. Has that happened? Think about it. Yes, we entered into treaty. Our treaties were already written in the English language, which our people didn't read, understand, or speak. But we had our own understanding of what that treaty was about. And that treaty was supposed to be here for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. Look outside. Is the sun shining? In the summer, is the grass growing? Are the waters flowing? And we never gave up our rights to the water. In 1930, Canada gave the natural resources to the province of Alberta, which was created in 1905, in Saskatchewan too. They gave them our natural resources above and below surface, the water, including the water, without our consent. Well, look at it. The blankets that they tried to kill us off with smallpox, the residential school system to take the Indian out of the child, the 60 scoop, the application of their laws hasn't gotten rid of us. We're still here. And it's our responsibility to ensure that we protect that treaty, because our inherent rights, like I said, our right to government, our right to a way of life, which was supposed to be. And this morning, somebody talked about the wampum belt. Yes, 2 canoes. You live your life, we live our life. We're not to interfere with one another, and yet they interfered in our lives, all for the sake of assuming title to our territories. That's the raw truth. If Canada wants reconciliation, true reconciliation, they have to come and talk to the rights holders. They have yet to do. They put us in a melting pot process through the AFN, where there are 643 chiefs who are automatically members. 234 chiefs represent international treaties. There's the Pre-Confederation Treaty and the domestic treaties. They put us all together. And when the chiefs give a mandate to the AFN through their resolutions, it impacts our inherent rights in our treaty. And if we don't get up and say something, well, silence is approval. That's why I'm always there, looking out for what that organization is doing to impact our inherent in our treaties. They don't speak for us. At the time of treaty making, there was no organization. There were no organizations. These are peoples, our chiefs, our headmen, our minor chiefs, and our peoples. They were there speaking for themselves. So where's our people going to be in the next 10 years? We had a right to our own justice system. And if you look at that amongst ourselves, in our treaty, we were made, and we kept that in our treaty. I come from Treaty 7, to maintain law and order amongst ourselves and others. That reflected that we never surrendered our right to our own justice system. That's our right. But because of all the applications of federal and provincial laws on us and what they've done to us, and all the mental health damages they did to our people don't know where they're supposed to be. Or some of us do, and some don't know because they didn't get the opportunity to learn who they are, what their history is, what the treaty is about, their principles and their ways of life. So I'm very happy the way Lacey came out this morning and explained that. That's what happened to our peoples. So where are we going to get justice? Our peoples have been trying since treaty making to try and get justice for our peoples according to the treaty. Up until the late 40s, they weren't even allowed to assemble. They weren't even allowed to have lawyers to represent them because we were just like, they treated us like cattle on the reserves. We couldn't leave without a permit. See why I'm angry? I'm not angry at you. I'm trying to convince you. That's the truth. We have no problems living next to the settler peoples and their descendants. We have to respect each other because that's what the treaty was all about. We don't break treaty unless, of course, we break the criminal code or the other laws that they have, and we go to jail. And if you look at that justice system, the Canadian system, you're convicted of something, you go before a judge, that judge gives you a sentence, you go to jail, you're amongst other criminals, you learn more in the jails. Substances, drugs are brought into those jails somehow. So our people are not dealt with properly in our system, which we try to do, and we have. And I have to say, I'm very grateful for Tsuut'ina. We have tried to correct that system because in our own systems before, you had to face the person that you committed a crime against, not just send you off to jail. But if you did commit a heinous crime like murder or whatever, those serious crimes, their own system too, our own system too was you got evicted from the community. You are not to live in our community. But anyway, over the years, we have been trying to set up our own justice system. It's a court, peacemaking, our police, our probation systems. So today we have a court on the reserve. It's a provincial court. But our nation has made agreements with the Crown Prosecutor. We establish our own laws. Some of them go to the collective rights of our people, like citizenship, anything to do with the land, our electoral system, and then others, our leadership, our head chief and minor chief can deal with, and they can approve them, and they hire people to enact those laws. They, in the process of developing those laws, they give opportunity to our community to come and have their input so they know what this law is all about. They have that opportunity because they have engagement sessions. So when a person, and we've developed our own laws, everyone that comes into our lands, to our the lands that Bullhead saved for us, retained for the exclusive use of Tsuut'ina, they have to abide by those laws. Our topic is enforcement of those laws. Yes, we have problems. Many of those laws that deal with citizenship, housing, everything else, chief and council have to follow that because that's our law. But we're lucky, and I don't say we're lucky, we are, I guess, in fact, but our peoples have made an agreement with the prosecutor to enforce our laws. We have that agreement. Even though it's a provincial court, and someday we're aiming to have our own Tsuut'ina court. We have a peacemaking system. When our peoples are charged in the Canadian system, in the provincial system, they go to court. If they admit that they're guilty of that crime, then there's a process where they can go to our peacemaking system. Then the peacemakers, our elders, will sit with them, with the person that committed a crime and the people that they committed a crime against, and develop that relationship or that communication between the two to find a solution. You have to face the people that you committed a crime against. That's what we do. And if that process is followed and it's successful, then our nation member does not have a criminal record. That's how our system works. So, yes, we have some problems. You know, when the Albertans go for their driver's license, and if they have fines in there, they have to pay those fines before they can get their driver's license. We don't have that agreement yet, because The motor vehicles branch does not look at the crimes committed on our reserve or the fines that they're supposed to pay, just the Alberta fines. So we're still working on that. You know, way back in the 80s, some of the laws, and we're a certain jurisdiction by enacting our own laws, was way back in the 80s. When my son was going to grade 12, I'll give you an example. When we started at Tsuut'ina, well, yeah, it was in the 80s. I can't remember the exact time. I'm old, so I can't remember the exact dates. I'm going to play the old card. But anyway, I was going to Alpenet to go play my hand game. Long weekend, Labor Day weekend. My son, my daughters were home. My son bought a car, and he said, I want to buy a car so I can drive myself to school. I don't want to ride the bus. I said, well, fine. You leave that car there till you get your driver's license, your registration, your insurance. Otherwise, don't touch it. Well, while I was gone, my kids decided to have a wiener roast. And I told them no liquor. They had a wiener roast and they had beer. So when my son took his cousin home across the road, the RCMP came and charged him being under the influence of alcohol, no driver's license, no insurance, no registration. That's what I came home to. So I told him, okay, we go to Okotoks, that was a district court. I said, you're going to go to that court. You're going to plead guilty for being under the influence of alcohol because you had no business drinking. You're going to plead not guilty to no driver's license, no registration, no insurance, because the province has no jurisdiction. Only the feds were given the responsibility to look after the promises of our treaties to us. The provinces were never a part of that. That's their responsibility. And if you look at 9124, it says in British North America Act, Indians and lands reserved for Indians. But of course, when the Crown gave responsibility or legislative authority to Canada, they changed that around to meet their goals that were non-existent, and that we don't matter. So he did that. Then it was appealed, so we had to go to the appeals court. And at that time, I went to see Chief and Counsel, and I said, this is what's happening. Our jurisdiction is being questioned here through this process. Can you help me? Well, financially, because I couldn't afford it. I was a single mother. So Chief and Counsel said, yes, we'll help. On the condition you and Marcia Erb sit down and do our own highway traffic law. So we did that. So we started fighting for jurisdiction, to protect our jurisdiction at that time. It went to the Court of Appeal. My son won in the district court, won in the Court of Appeal. And in the meantime, we went to Ottawa to inform them that the province has no jurisdiction on our lands and that we were developing our own highway law. So our legal counsel mentioned that to the judge. So the judge said, bottom line, why is the province appealing this? The province has no jurisdiction on Tsuut'ina lands, on Sarsi lands. Chief and Counsel are developing their own law. So the province didn't appeal it anymore. We have our own. Mind you, we have to make some amendments to it because we had to cover our jurisdiction as soon as possible so that the province doesn't continue. So it was way back then that we started covering our jurisdiction, our inherent rights. Time evolves, so we have to take everything as it comes and deal with those. So today, we have over 60 laws. Some are approved by the citizenship, some are approved by our head chief and minor chief. In our police force, our nation, because we didn't have the money, and we wanted our own police force because we had some situations with the RCMP before that, and our people were not being treated properly. They made an agreement between the feds and the province and our chief and council. Just, you call them, and we all know tripartite agreements. We can act our own agreement, our own law, our police act, and the feds are supposed to give us money as long as we're under the jurisdiction of the province. Well, that's a big problem. That's a big issue that now we have to deal with. Because there's no way that we believe the province of Alberta has jurisdiction on our territories, on our right to self-determination, our right of livelihood, everything. We have the lawmaking authority. So we have developed many laws. And of course, you know, sometimes it is so difficult because in our languages, when you speak your language and try and get them to reflect our way of life, our customs and our traditions, it is so difficult to translate them into the English language. We have that problem. So we are trying our best to find the right English words that would reflect what we want, to reflect our customs and our traditions and how we do things. So we have issues. But you know, back in the 80s when I was with the Indian Association of Alberta, when the chiefs and their elders and their peoples would come together to discuss all those legislations that were affecting our peoples and how they affect our inherent rights in our treaties, I made a suggestion. I said, we have a right, we never gave up our justice system. Why don't Treaty 7, Treaty 6, Treaty 8 set up their own court systems, set up their own police force, do their laws? We could have traveling judges in each area, maybe more in Treaty 8 because it's bigger than Treaty 7 area, and in Treaty 6. We could have our own district courts. We could have a district court in each, maybe a few in Treaty 8 or Treaty 6, you know, in each area. Then we have a court of appeal to mimic the Canadian system, something like that. Maybe the tribes in the treaty areas could deal with the appeal system. But when it comes to dealing with like the Supreme Court, then Treaty 7, Treaty 6, and Treaty 8, all our judges can be together and they have the final say. We need judges who know our way, who understand our principles and our customs and our traditions, our beliefs, our right of self-determination. And that'll be the final word. Of course, some of the chiefs said, oh, that's a good idea. It hasn't happened yet. It's still out in the universe, I guess. That suggestion. They're so busy, many are so busy complying with the Canadian laws. We're so colonized, you know, it's pathetic. But some of us are moving forward to protect our inherent rights, our jurisdiction, and our treaty. And now let me give you another example. Canada. You know, everybody complains about the Indian Act, and yes, I have problems with the Indian Act because it stripped our peoples of their right to self-determination and gave it to the Minister of Indian Affairs. Now they split it up on programs and services and CERNAC, a political relationship. But you know, in our treaties, the management of our lands is in the treaty. Our tax exemption is in the, not in the treaty, in the Indian Act. Our tax exemption is in the Indian Act. Our citizenship is in the Indian Act. Some of our benefits under treaty are in the Indian Act. We have unfinished business with our treaties. The Crown promised, and they have a fiduciary obligation that our peoples will live here, will have our own area to live. There'll always be our peoples and our lands that we retain for exclusive use. For as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. But anyway, in 1969, Pierre Trudeau, when he was Prime Minister, he gave up, he wrote the white paper, and of course, Chrétien, who was our Minister of Indian Affairs, was the author of that white paper, and said he was going to do away with the treaties and make us into municipalities, make us equal to the Canadian citizens. And our peoples argued against that. They didn't want it. They stopped it. They didn't really stop it, but they voiced their objection because they had the authority. But since then, they've just used different terminology to continue that process of assimilation. Now, Justin Trudeau is going full force. He said he's going to get rid of the Indian Act without us finishing the unfinished business of the treaty. And he's creating new processes to recolonize us. You look at the Land Management Act, which the Crown has a fiduciary obligation for. You look at the Financial Management Act, where taxation comes in. You look at Child Welfare Act, where they assume authority for our children. Their plan, once they get our peoples into those processes, they will get rid of the Indian Act, and we have no more protection on our treaty without finishing the unfinished business of the treaties. Our lands will be fee simple. We can use our lands for collateral if our peoples need monies to provide the necessary services for their peoples. Our lands, instead of just our leases, will be used as collateral. And if we don't pay back those things, we can lose our land. Go into receivership and lose our land. We can tax our own people so we can get the necessary funds to manage our administrations and our operations on the reserve. Our children, who are so important to us, because in the future, we were children one time, you know, remember that? We were children, and we got to learn from our aunts, our elders, and that who we are and all our principles and our traditions and our customs. It's our responsibility to teach them, and we know that because of the residential school system, because of the 60s scoop, because of what Canada has done to us, the atrocities that our peoples face, that many of our peoples don't understand this. We have to teach our children. A child used to be raised by the whole community according to the way we lived. When I was growing up, it wasn't just my parents, my aunties, my uncles, the community. If I did something wrong, well, they disciplined me. They made sure I knew what I was supposed to be doing. They looked after us. But now, through all these legislations, we are saying, oh yeah, the state of Canada is supreme to us. we are nations and we're no longer nations and we're just going to be municipalities. We're subordinate to them. And that's bullshit. Oops, sorry. It frustrates me. So we got to, and you know how they get us? Our tribes are all fighting over land, over whatever monies that we get from the department because we don't get enough. The government has never given us enough monies to fulfill the promises of treaty. We subsidize our benefits under treaty. We subsidize Canada for that. If our people, they have education, they have health, economic development, the justice system, our own justice systems, which the government destroyed. Now they did this, they destroyed it, and now we have to correct the wrongs that Canada did to us. It's their responsibility to pay for those wrongs that they did to our peoples. And also, they're giving us these 10-year grants. Oh, they said, we'll give you enough monies for 10 years. You can do whatever you want with it in those 10 years. That amount that you're getting for the 10 years is based on the current amount, which is insufficient for our use and insufficient for the promises of treaty. After 10 years, there's no guarantee. Many of our tribes are falling into that. What if you run out of money before the 10 years is up? What are you going to do for your people? You're going to tax them? How many of our people live in poverty? They can't even pay for the lands that they're not even able to pay for the lands that they occupy, because not one individual owns the land. It's a collective ownership, and that land has to be protected for our future generations. And the way they're getting our consent to destroy our treaty is through going into those processes and writing our names. Even, they're doing everything. Even the cows and plows, which is a benefit under treaty. When you negotiate with Canada on the cows and plows, which is under the specific claims process, once you make a settlement, then you're agreeing that's the end of that treaty right. It's never going to be given again. Who are we to deprive our peoples of that benefit under treaty? But our peoples need that money. So yes, they're taking it. There's nothing wrong with it, except that what is wrong with it is we are allowing Canada to stop those benefits under treaty amongst the process of doing away with our treaties. We have the authority to stand together and say no. My dad used to always say, if our people only knew their authority, they work together and they say no to the government of Canada, there's nothing that Canada can do. You don't give your consent. So all those things that are happening to our treaty and our justice system. Our peoples are in jail. They're committing crimes because they were not given the opportunity to know who they were, what their responsibilities are, their principles, their traditions and their customs. And after residential school, they just let them out. And then they introduced alcohol. Our people turned to alcohol. Children are suffering. Now it's drugs. Our children are suffering. Why are our children in care? Now we want to bring our children back home and teach them the right way of who we are. But through C-92, we have to get approval from the Minister of Indian Affairs. Is he God? Is he our creator? No, definitely not. So we need to look at the perspective of where we come from and how are we going to deal with Canada. Canada likes to divide and conquer us. We have to beat Canada if we are truly interested in protecting our people today, tomorrow, and children yet unborn. That's our responsibility as leaders. That's our responsibility as community members, as citizens of our nations. All of us, not just Chief and Council, but every program that we have on our reserves and the people that live on the reserve. We all have that responsibility. But anyway, maybe I went too way far. But anyway, I had all these questions, so I was trying to cover them the best way I can. But we do have problems. But I know if we stand together, everyone's got a different perspective, and we find a common solution, our peoples are going to survive on Turtle Island. We cannot allow Canada to beat us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have to say, thank you, Regina, for not pounding on my computer. I was nervous. No, thank you. Well, it's not over yet. You might drop the mic soon, so thank you. Sorry, Nicole, go ahead with the panel.
Okay, so we are going to finish off this with a panel discussion. I have a few questions, each individually for all of you. And I know that we have probably about maybe 20 minutes or so, but we will get through this, and we're looking. No, it's all good. We need to hear those things while we can. And things are rapidly changing, as we know, with what's going on south of the Medicine Line. So it's all, relevant at this time, and it always has been. So thank you so much. So I'm going to start off at the end there with Tyler, and I'm going to ask you, how do you foster collaboration between community leaders and law enforcement officials in the enforcement of First Nation laws? And sorry, I could say that again. Yes. How do you foster collaboration between community leaders and law enforcement officials in the enforcement of First Nation laws?
Well, kind of how our community does it is we have a chief and council representative that's appointed to the commission. So they are that bridge between us and chief and council. And then we involve the community in our discussions. We've done, as Billy said, those surveys, and we've also done community strategic planning, and we are in constant communication with other department heads and chief and council. And we work well with them, and we have developed that communication and taken their, suggestions and what they want enforced and how we enforce them. And so it's just keeping constant communication with your chief and council.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll go down, and next is Billy. Billy, so what are there any innovative approaches or technologies that have been particularly effective in enforcing laws in the Blood Tribe, or on the Blood Tribe?
Can you repeat that question?
Sorry. Are there any innovative approaches or technologies that have been particularly effective in enforcing your laws?
That's a really kind of a tough question, because our laws do not get enforced. The ones that we want enforced in terms of our own bylaws, like dogs, like trespassing. These things are difficult to enforce. Like our service can enforce our bylaws, right? But if we try and move further into charge, that just gets thrown out of court because they don't enforce First Nations laws in our courts system, which is really, I have my own opinions on that, but we're trying to work towards where we could get these enforced in our area. I was just thinking about when Regina was talking, I was thinking about, what's that one lady that did an 8-hour speech in legislature? What was her name again? I want to see if Regina can beat that record of 8 hours, 41 minutes in the legislature. I think she can beat it. But I'd like to kind of expound upon a few things, if that's okay, historical relationship. I like to throw out questions to make people think critically about the dynamics with First Nations people and this land now referred to as Canada. So here's simple corporate law. If you own land, when you buy a house, you know, you have a deed, right? If you own land, you have a certificate of title where you own land, right? I was listening to some speakers when I was young, and Canada was once asked, "Show us your certificate of possession. Show us your bill of ownership, your receipt of ownership of the land you reside on." And you know, just think about that. Does Canada have a receipt of purchase for the land that they are on? Does the British Crown have a receipt of purchase for the land they're on? You know, when you think about that, that's very, very kind of shocking, because since they got here, the Crown got here, since the royal proclamation where they royally proclaimed our lands, it's been an assumed arbitrary title. It's been an arbitrary title. It's arbitrary power over us. It's almost like just saying, you know, me going to British, you know, European person's house today and just said, okay, I'm gonna royally proclaim today that this house is now mine. Think about that. And your kids, they'll live in the basement. You guys all move to the basement, and your kids, they'll come in to our Indigenous schools. You know how shocking it is when you think about that? And so these laws from the Indian Act on are being made, enforced, and delegated onto Indians to enforce that on their own people, even sometimes, you know, through the Indian Act. So I'd like to back up the conversation now for First Nations people to consider, are we a nation anymore? Are we a sovereign? Or are we in Section 91 or 92 authorities? Are we municipalities? And then once we figure out if we're sovereign nations, treaty nations, or are we municipalities, formulate your approaches to government and funding models. So if you're a sovereign, you know, by virtue of, you know, being offered, only sovereigns get offered treaties, right? By virtue of you being a sovereign, well, then you just create your recognized processes, like your laws, like your policing, your child welfare, you know, your governance, your education. You create these things as your own recognized process, and by virtue of the newcomers living on our land, then they fund that, because they have benefited off of our lands and our resources since they've got here. And so I really wanted to expound upon that to kind of get people to, hopefully get people to think, because it's shocking that First Nations people are now beginning to conform in a way that our ancestors didn't want them to conform to. They didn't want us to be Canadians. You're not them, you know? The original agreement was, we'll live in harmony and peace with you while you live on our lands. And it was only to the depth of a plow. Then somehow, through the NRTA, the federal government gave away our waters and our oil and gas to the provinces to oversee and benefit from. So there's a lot of things that I think that's really shocking and important that we as First Nations people need to to begin asserting our inherent governing authorities and our sovereign authorities. And I really want people to think, because we're beginning to devolve. Anybody ever heard of devolution? Government of Canada is now saying we're going to enter devolution agreements through stuff like rights recognition framework tables. And the first step towards devolution is you're signing your MOU on your rights recognition. There's no treaty implementation in that agreement. So I don't know, me just being an Indian, listening to my elders and my teachers, they didn't want us to be municipalities. They didn't want us to be tax-paying citizens when we're not even Canadian citizens. We signed a treaty with the newcomers. We're not citizens of Canada. And we're not, yeah, thank you very much. We're not citizens of Canada. So, and they notice, because why? They don't tax us. We're not on reserve. So how could, it's illegal for them to tax us. Why? Because we're not Canadian citizens. So I'm kind of like opening myself up here, and I'm opening myself up to anybody who has questions about this. And I'm not afraid to challenge you on, if you think you own this land and you're not really from here, well, prove it. Show me a receipt of purchase. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
So Regina would like to just, yeah.
I'll try and quickly respond, because there's so many things about treaty that I can't cover. I was just trying to give their main point. But I forgot to mention, we have our police commission. Our chairman is sitting right there with the red coat. She's the queen. Not the red coats, the RCMP. See, the RCMP were referred to as the red coats way back then. They were supposed to enforce make sure that nobody went against treaty. If they had done that, how many people are going to be in jail? But that's a question. But we have a commission, and we have Minor Chief Stephen Crowchild and myself that are liaisons between the commission, and we're on the board, and between the chief and council and them. We're the liaison. So we know if something happens in council, something came up, we should be aware as to what the commission is saying on that, and then, we can look at it without just ignoring what the commission is doing or what they're saying. So it's a liaison. But anyway, Billy brings out a lot of things. About taxation. When a treaty making, Queen Victoria came, the commissioners brought the message from Queen Victoria about taxation. The crown at that time owned all of Great Britain. The peasant farmer paid her a fee, which is termed as taxation. Well, because we were equal in authority as nations, they could not tax us. And they said, we won't tax you, but don't fool yourselves. We pay so many taxes. You step off the reserve, you're paying taxes. Even on the reserve, you're tax collectors for Canada for the GST, carbon tax, or whatever the taxation. So we do pay taxes, but at least it's not as much as the non-First Nations peoples. So that concept was brought to us. A nation cannot tax another nation. That's international norms. So that happened. What was the other point you said? Are we nations or are we not nations? Well, we were nations when our peoples entered into the treaty. Canada did away with that because of their application of their laws to destroy us as nations. So now the decision lies with us. There was a treaty study that was done in 1990s where Miguel Alfonso Martinez, who was from Cuba, he was a professor. he did a study on international treaties, and his conclusion was that the treaties are still intact, even though the states were forcing their laws on us. So we are still nations. If you look at what is a nation, you have your peoples, you have your lands, you have your language, you have your right of self-determination, which includes your lawmaking authority, your governance, everything, your justice system. And you possess historic continuity on those lands. The state of Canada doesn't even come near there. It's only a state. And yet, whenever our people say nation to nation, we got to use the right terms because the English language manipulates what we are saying. So we are nations. So the decision now is, do we want to get rid of the treaties and become municipalities of Canada? And by the way, we've never joined Confederation. Or do we want to retain our nationhood? That's the decision we have to make. And once we make that decision, then we lay out a path. And when you talk about justice, in my opinion, we will never get justice in Canada. I accompanied Treaty 6 to Great Britain one time when Lord Denning, who was the Chief Justice of the Constitution Act of 1982, was there, and we met with him. And he said, "You will never get justice in Canada. The only place you're going to get justice is in the international court." He's passed on now. He said, you need, I think, 4 international lawyers to help you. Treaties 1 to 11 should get together and work on that and go ahead and go into the international court. That's where you'll get justice. Because if you look at the domestic courts, when our peoples win, they apply it to restrict it to that tribe. When they win in court, they apply it to everybody. So look at how, think about that. How are we going to get justice here? Even the J Treaty, our peoples are supposed to travel back and forth, because if you really look at it, Tsuut'ina is part of the Dene Nation. They extend from the territories all the way to the southern border of the United States. The Blackfoot tribes come from the Algonquins. They traveled east and west. They traveled west. And the Crees, they traveled east and west. The Creator put us on Turtle Island for our peoples to survive. He didn't say, and this is what we were talking about this morning in Blackfoot, he didn't say, the Black tribe live here, Siksika, Bikani, Saksasuk, or Tsuut'ina, this is where you're going to live. He didn't. He gave us all of this territory to survive. The only thing is, when we entered into treaty, we were at certain places on Turtle Island when we entered into treaty. So all of Turtle Island belongs to us. Our people travel for food, for shelter, for whatever they needed. They followed the buffalo. They used every bit of that buffalo for our people to survive. But anyway, we are nations, and I hope that all our peoples will be at the same level so we can win this battle against Canada trying to make us into municipalities and get rid of our treaties. That treaty is important. We got to think of our future generation. So anyway, I don't know.
Thank you for that. So I wanted to make mention that one of the successful strategies that I know that Tsuut'ina has in terms of the Tsuut'ina police, I live out at Redwood Meadows, and the majority of people that live there are non-Indigenous, and it's good to see the police out there now that have jurisdiction, and to see that they're policing a primarily non-Indigenous community. There are Indigenous families that live out there, but that's the first in Canada, I think, for a First Nations-led police force to be policing.
Limited self-government.
Yes, Yes, exactly. Yes, you can't cut down a tree or put up any fences. It's a migration route. That's just the beginning. But anyways, I know that we're at the couple of minutes to wrap this up, and we're going to have some Q&A, and it looks like there's already a question here.
I felt like I didn't get to talk. I'm going to take over for these guys, though.
Good afternoon. What a frog in my throat. But anyway, my name is Alvin Moses. I'm a band counselor for James Smith Cree Nation. We bought this. We were at the AFN a couple of years ago on an NRTA. We bought up we asked Minister Lemedi at the time. He was a minister, but he got fired. We asked him about rescinding the NRTA at that time. It made national news, but the thing I didn't really like about it was that there was no backup from the AFN or any other Indian organization to help us out with pushing that envelope. So anyway, now we got back to Saskatchewan now, and Scott Moe was pretty upset with us asking for the government to rescind that NRTA because it was. I was just hoping there would have been more support from our First Nations across Canada that an NRT would, like you said, the NRT was signed without our consent. So, you know, that NRTA is going to be a big issue because a lot of our people do live in poverty and within our communities. And I think that's where everything is going to be. We have to tackle this head on because we have to get involved with that NRTA stuff because I think we're due. It's been long overdue on sharing the resources and the lands that become already shared. Yes, policing is a big issue within our communities. I know we have to make it an essential service for each and every community. As you all know, James Smith had a tragedy back a few years ago, and we're still dealing with that at home. That's why we're getting policing in our community. I never thought for an instant that our First Nations would need policing. Like back in the day, like everybody used to get along with alcohol, but now the hard drugs are coming into our communities and destroying a lot of lives, young lives, and that's heartbreaking when you see these young people doing those drugs. And you know, it's even in the big cities, you see some of these people bent over, just standing there, and it's like a zombie. It's scary, and I don't want to see that in our communities. And tackling these drugs it's a big issue. Like we all try to help our kids to stay away from drugs, but peer pressure, I guess, gets to them. But again, it's still it's heartbreaking for our community members and our parents that go through that. Our grandparents are looking after their grandchildren and losing a lot of young people in that area towards drugs. So we have to tackle that. And we've got to make policing an essential service within Canada, right across Canada, with 600 nations across Canada. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. You know, the NRTA, yes, we didn't give our consent and they took it for us. They took our lands. They stole our lands and our natural resources above and below surface. And yes, you didn't get any help from AFN or other organizations, because if you really look at it, that's how they get their fundings from the government. They get funded by the government, and that's a priority for them, because if they don't cooperate with the government, they won't get any more money. That happened one time when Matthew Kunkam was national chief. He stood firm on the treaties. The chiefs didn't support him, and the funding for AFN went right down. So he had to quit. That's what happens. And Canada is eventually going to do away with all these fundings for organizations. And even us, because they're trying to get out of the Indian business. So that, and then talking about, you know, Canada stole our lands and our territories and our natural resources. Now, they're fretting or they're struggling because that man down south, Trump, wants to take over the territories that Canada stole from us. That's a real predicament, isn't it? So what are we going to say? What are we going to do as nations? Because Trump wants to take over, and those are our territories. So it's so important. And yes, drugs are really hard. But I have to say, in Tsuut'ina, we are very lucky. We have Keith Blake here, and I think, are you Inspector or Constable Healy from the Blood Tribe? Just left. He just left. We have a good relationship with them. The commission works with them. They work with Chief and Council. So there's a communication there. And I wanted to say that, and I forgot to mention it earlier. So we have some issues, but we sort them out, and then we continue. And the other thing too is, our peoples don't want the police just to come and arrest you. The police need to be friends with our peoples and protect our peoples. Take care, protect them, and not just arrest them. So that's a big thing that we have to look at in our communities. Because every time you see a police coming, oh, what did I do? What crime did I commit? That shouldn't be the case. They should know we're friends. They're our friends, and they will help us.
Thank you. And I brought mine. Just kidding. I want to say thank you all to the panel and and this conversation, these conversations, I believe are important, necessary, and required, while also remaining inclusive in the spirit of treaty so that we may grow together from these traumatic instances that have occurred with provincial and federal governments, while looking forward to the next generations and those who are yet to come, so that we may, as we've done here today, use descriptors in languages that may not be our own, while also implementing knowledge as to how we are defining these distinctions that are our people. I think, and thank you, Billy, you really brought up a very interesting nexus point, really, as to how we as First Nations not only think of ourselves, but define and describe ourselves in the context of our understanding, utilizing our languages, while also recognizing the formed government of today and finding those ways to work together in peace and friendship, because I think above all, that is extremely important. I'm often reminded as a joke in my girlfriend group that I married a colonizer, and a New York Jew at that. That's all to say, in respect and love is truly how I want to, and I hope we can all move together to find these components within our laws, within the understanding of our communities, so that as we move forward together, we can do so in a manner that hopefully entices wellness, healthy practices, and representation matters. And what I'm going to end with to my elder is, the more that we're able to instill representation of healthy practices in our community, including healthy governance and laws that account for what our people require, I'm truly looking forward to the day where the majority of our people are building bridges together, not in spite of one another, and truly reaching out a hand to say, how can I help you, not what's wrong with you? Because I don't believe that was ever our way. Tyler, our mystery guest, sorry, you wanted to say something, please. Oh, yes, sorry, let's end with one more question. Okay. I do need to get my steps in, so thank you.
If you don't mind, Teddy, I'd just like to say something, his question.
Go for it.
I don't think we'll ever, well, not say we'll ever, but we need to be able to, what Billy and they had said was, we need to assert our authority with the federal government. We are not provincial. But we, through our policing agreements and everything, we answer to the province. Our funding comes from the province, and then the federal government, and we're under the Alberta Police Act, and they fail to even recognize our own bylaws. Like, we have the Blood Tribe Police Bylaw, which sets out how we will govern our police, how we will appoint, what we can do, but it's not recognized under our agreements. We are only recognized under the Alberta Police Act, and we need to recognize those agreements, and we also need to assert our laws with Canada. They make it in a sense that we have to essentially be a municipality for us to enforce these laws. We need to get away from that and just assert our authority as saying, no, we are sovereign. These are our laws. We are going to enforce them. And you, as given your responsibility, will help us enforce them, utilizing, the fine systems, jails, whatever we need to do in order to go that way. And also, we have the peacemaking program as well, and also, making that connection with our courts. For our tribe, we are in the middle of building a courthouse as well. It should be finished up by, I would say, late fall, I believe. Yeah, so, we need to assert that federal relationship, that we should have, and not this provincial one that kind of binds us, and how they, kind of force us into it, and the only way out is to submit and become that municipality. And there's also things like this new police commission review board that's coming out that, in a sense, is taking away our authorities to even govern our own police services. There is, one thing I'll just bring up briefly was your chief of police, all complaints against him will go to them, and they'll decide what they're going to do with it. Taking that as responsibility away from the nation and the commission, who is appointed by our government and by our leaders to oversee this service. That's the way I understood it. It will take in, we will go to meet with them, but, essentially they're making steps and trying to kind of just assimilate us into their systems. And that's the only way we'll ever be able to enforce our own laws, or they just won't recognize them, and we're just giving them that option. Yeah.
I guess that's where we're lucky at Tsuut'ina. In our tripartite agreement, there was a provision in there where our laws or our way of life would be incorporated into it. So that's why the prosecutors do that.
To the panel, sorry, we had one question before we wrapped up for the day, please, and thank you.
Thank you. Nigan Moagenotik Simak. My name is Kirk Buffalo. I'm from Musquechies. I don't live on a reserve. But when you have policing police, I would like to identify a voice. Who talks for us? Who can we turn to? Policing your council, policing your RCMP, where I'm from. Number one, they're not friendly. Number two, a 15-year-old was murdered and shot by the RCMP and nobody's giving a goddamn look at it. There was a death here in Calgary from the Blood Tribe. That's on APTN. That is, somebody cares for that cowboy. I knew that cowboy. But we're dealing with a 15-year-old. Western society, I'd like to know all the professionals we have. We have a lot of doctors. What bothers me is when we're looking at Indian funding because of the Indian. I was an elder at Edmonton Remand for 2 years. 1,500 inmates, 1,100 workers, 1 elder. What the hell's wrong with that picture? And I voiced that and I got fired. I don't know, it just seems like, and then there's funding for First Nations. But the pretend Indian, oh, the money out that cares, oh, I have the answer for you Indians, you stupid Indians. They get the funding. So how much of this funding actually gets down to the people that definitely need it? I'm a drunk, I admit that, and I can relate to a lot of the people. The only letters I have behind my name is PhD. I was a post hole digger when we had to build a fence at home. But it's time we wake up because I'm tired of burying a young individual, drug overdose, guns. I can sit with the people that I work with, build their trust, and I got to be careful. I have a daughter that's in the RCMP. I cannot say anything bad against them because it'll turn around and hit her because she's Aboriginal and she's female. The other thing I want to end up with this is when I say I wish there were more guards at the Edmonton remand, great, but where the hell are they? I wish we had more RCMP, First Nations. Great, but where are they? Where are we missing that link? But we're just an industry. But I need a voice to say, hey, I've been violated. But because the two paradigms, Western society and Dr. Little Bear speaks of that. First Nations, we have our own system. Our laws are oral, but we're now to a point where we've got to write them down. I've seen people heal. I've seen people realize when you start treating people as people. We're too many times we have somebody up here talking about our First Nations, there's without understanding. All we need is a voice that can bring equality. That 15-year-old getting shot, what's going to happen? Probably nothing. I want to find out whether that kid was coming to the RCMP or he was shot in the back. It's about time we wake up. And if I get you mad, that's okay. But I'm willing to shake hands with you and say, hey, my problems are no different than yours. Let's work together. And we don't have to be gods or leaders. It starts with one. Our elders are our libraries. I work with the RCMP. I work with the elders. But I don't know. It's why aren't there crown or judges here? Maybe I'm at the wrong conference. Maybe I just shut up.
Thank you. Let's hear for that. And no, don't shut up. That's a really good point. This we're gonna close the day, but I want to acknowledge a few things. One, thank you for that. The other, there were no judges or lawyers invited. It was mainly police commissions, so that's on me. I take full accountability for that. And as we move forward, this panel A has enlightened me. Again, as the chair of this body, this national body, there are plenty of discussions that need to occur. And there are a lot of trauma and emotions that are real because 15-year-olds shouldn't have their life taken. And I've been working very closely with John Wells' mother ever since I met her at AFN to determine with another mother whose name goes by Martha, who lost her daughter at the hands of RCMP in Vancouver, to determine ways in which we can provide and space and care for those who have been left behind by the loss of life at the hands of any law enforcement. And this panel has provided me a lot of clarity as to discussions that I believe are required to take place in all of our communities. And what I can offer today, because I can't offer any true solution to that, I truly can't where I sit right now. But what I can offer to everyone here and tomorrow and continually as I sit in this space is hope. And that is hope that I will continue to show up for everybody here, show up for First Nations, and work very, very hard so that these spaces that I feel are required are provided and are safe so that we can have these very difficult conversations. This is not in any way intended to create barriers, but to provide clarity, because these are very difficult conversations to have. And so with that, I had the intention of providing this sort of networking activity, but I'm going to say, in the spirit of taking a moment, we're going to end the day early. We're going to have a networking little event with just some appetizers out here from 5 to 7 if anyone wanted to come back and grab a bite, say hello, and we'll come back here tomorrow for breakfast at 8 a.m. Understanding again today, I want to thank you all. Thank you, sir, honestly. Thank you, Elder, for sharing, and thank you everyone today for sharing and listening. And hopefully we can walk away from today with more questions while also walking away with some answers. And again, as the chair of this body, I am always here to listen and to be a space where truthfully, I want to know what it is that is needed for our First Nations, and I will work very, very, very determinedly, very, very hard to make sure that happens. You can ask any one of my aunties in the audience. If it's a mountain, I will climb it. Or at least I will get exhausted trying, but I will always try and climb mountains on behalf of all of our people. With that, I want to say thank you, Siaskas in my language, Nish Nish in the Stoney Nakota languages. Enjoy your evening. Again, if you want to go and gamble in our casinos, I would appreciate that because I'm from here and it selfishly comes a little bit back to me. But it as well as to say, you might win big. So, sorry, my colleague Crystal is trying to tell me something. Is that about food? When? Oh, sorry, I said that. 5 to 7, come eat. Sorry, see, the aunties in the back is everyone, come back and eat, itchish. And so with that, I want to say again, thank you. I look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow. Thank you to our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. Enjoy your evening. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.